kind of said bog there. And that was talking to Norton, which is being Norton. Hello everyone, how are we all doing today? Right then. Hello everyone, how are we all doing today? That should sort that all out, and that's been checked, and that's working, although I did hear double sound, so helpful that one, helpful. Hello everyone. How are you all doing? How goes the world? Paul is trying to keeping to rules, so I actually pack some books this week. Basically, I've got every question I answer, I've got to pack 5 books, which means I should probably get a box set up now and get these things sorted out. It's going to be fun. We'll see how we do on that one. Knight 681, you have got a lot of questions already, so I'm gonna. Well, before I set up the box, I'm going to quickly try and answer some of them and get a drink because I need a drink. I do need a drink. So, does 8 or 12 octuple 40mm pom-poms sound about right for a British 70 to 80 comes to the battleship? There's a lot of ways you can get a 70 to 80,000 ton battleship. What's your superstructure like? What's your positioning like? Are you going to put guns on top of your turrets? Is this 1939 or 1945 decision making? Because 1939, if they're designing it, it's probably 8. Wartime, probably 16. That's the reality you're dealing with. That's basically what happens. So would it be wrong to think that an anti-aircraft guns are something that on 70 to 80 guns would only go up? Yeah, they would go up, and it's not wrong, but there is a limit to how many you can put on there due to crew numbers and the actual space-only superstructure you can actually usefully support one that has a useful arc of fire and is actually vital. Nice one. So why did a G3N3 have more of an impact on battleship construction rather than the Keys and number 13s? They don't. None of them do. The G3s and N3s only impact is through the fact that Nelson and Rodney get built. So that's that train of thought. And again, it's not the ships themselves. It's the idea of the ships, the research done for them. So yeah, that's not true. They are interesting to talk about, and usually more interesting to talk about than the Keys or the number 13s, because the G3s are actually started. The N3s, they're sort of being vigilant, but the G3s are actually started. Nice to go from how much does HMS Enterprise's size factor into her being able to be a viable cruiser and testbed ship at the same time? You can't do both unless you are the size you are. You just don't have the space. Nice to go from how likely is a triple turret county class if the Hawkins class were built to the size of the Australian Cockatoo and Walsh proposal considered? Look, there isn't much of a weight difference to start getting up and start getting a far more interesting county class cruiser. You are though going to require weight, because the first thing they're probably going to do is stick in 4 inches of armor on each side and add in 4 inches, add in the ability to add 4 inches more, so they can actually have a viable armor scheme. If you want to go more than that, you're talking about maybe going for an F3 arrangement, because that fits more of a cruiser-shaped hull and hull dimensions than the Nelrod dimensions. Mainly because the Nelrod is more about balance and stability of long-range fire, and the F3 is more about speed. It's a slight variance, but it's enough of a variance that it does matter. If you were going that form, triple turrets, yeah, you might do it. But there again, you might just go for 4 twins and have actually have some viable armor. There is always the argument that you go for a more balanced ship than the traditional, let's be honest, light cruisers, which had about a pinprick's worth of armor. Nice. So why do people forget the United States began building SSBN submarines on November 1st, 1952, 2.5 years before Powers was shot down? I have no idea. But mainly it's because people don't actually read history books. Look, don't take this the wrong way. There are sometimes people ask, and I love questions, all the questions I get on here, but there's an occasional, sometimes comments I get on videos, etc., where honestly, you could have probably saved yourself a lot of trouble. In terms of those people, no, those people who wrote them could have probably saved themselves a lot of trouble if they just Googled it. Because I've had most interesting comment I've had recently, which was a revelation to me. Hitler wasn't a fascist. Okay, so Trixie Do. That one's gonna get a video in response because that one is that silly. I know there are many people trying to reimagine the Nazi Party as something else this time, but please let's just own it. What it is, and be happy with it. The point as I will make in any session is what you're dealing with is not... We think of the spectrum as something from here to here, and these things are different. And that's the trouble. That when you think of a spectrum, that's the case. As I talk about the capital ship spectrum all the time, from the battleships to the battle cruiser, 2 words, you know, then there's the things in between. But the thing is, when we're talking about governments and politics and organizations, we're actually not talking about a spectrum as in a span, we're talking about it as a circle. And it goes from democracy to authoritarian. And it doesn't matter if it goes left or right. The more it gets about we have more of an ideology and we want to make the world fit our ideology, the more authoritarian you have to get to implement it. So it doesn't matter if you start off on that side or that side, you end up on that side. That's why fundamentally when you look at them in terms of their aims, fascists, communists are not that different in terms of their aims. Even especially in terms of their methodologies, they are not that different. What is different is which side they've travelled down that path from democracy to get to authoritarian. That's it. So when someone tries to say these things as if it's a big distinction, it's not. But honestly, again, you could Google that and find out. Unless you specifically word your Google and try and look for those 1 pages where there are some people who really don't read history and really don't understand stuff, or worse still, who are people who want to misuse history to give themselves a platform to make this case. And don't get me started on some of those in history. I'm not naming names. I have no time nor budget at the moment to spend lawyers on that kind of court case, whilst also dealing with all the lawyers for the move. But... another £80 on boxes goes out my account. Oy, caramba, and don't get me started on the lawyer bills. But leaving that to one side, history is misused and abused a lot. But, yeah, there are some questions and comments I get where, honestly, it could have been Googled. And that's not rude to them, but it's when someone comes back to you and goes, ah, no, you're wrong because of this, 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 and you go... Did you check your evidence before you said it, or are you just going from memory? Because even I, before I launch into a "you're wrong" comment on a YouTube video to someone, will go and check a book. We'll go and Google it if I don't have time to check a book. And we'll make sure I'm talking factual correctness, not out of my brain, which can get fuzzed. Because even... especially me, but anyone in the nicest way who's doing this, even people who do this every single day, we read so much history, it's very easy to sometimes get it a bit muddled. And let's be honest, when you're dealing with the difference between the Mark 35, Mark 37, Mark 41, Mark 50, and Mark 53, and VLS systems, and you are trying to be right, some of them have had multiple variants, and the variant you could be talking about at that time, you could be giving the wrong stats for, so go check it. It's fun. So yeah, there's honestly no reason. Drakenred, why did the IJN suddenly believe that the IJ was suddenly going to have over 1 million tons of additional steel to distribute between 1943 and 1942? Or simply, we need A, so B? It was based on the ideas of what the IJ were claiming they were going to have, not the reality of what they were going to have. You're dealing with an authoritarian system. Again, there is several common things when you get to authoritarian systems. One of them is the people at the bottom lie to the people above them, and they lie to the people above them the whole way up. Because if they don't tell them the truth and tell them that they're not hitting the targets, they get killed. Doesn't matter if you're in the fascist system, communist system, or monarchy, feudal system. That's the problem. That's the whole problem of authoritarian systems. People have to lie to survive. Doesn't matter which side of the spectrum where it comes from. So that's the real clue. If you're in a system where you have to lie about your job performance in order to survive in that role, instead of being honest about your job performance, you are no longer in a democracy. Because in a true democracy, people value honesty over falsifying over image of results. Now wonder whether anyone lives in a true democracy. That's the interesting question. Right, let's go say hello to everyone, because that's far more fun than needs to be said at this point. I'm going to widen this a bit. Why is it disappeared off that way? I have no idea why it's disappeared off that way. Why do you think it's disappeared off that way? I have no idea. It's back. So, hi Peter Dawson, hello Knight684, hello Paul Amos, hello Tanner Verga, hello Megascrow, hello D340, hello Timmy Locker, hello Clarke, hello Paul Amos. Thank you for emphasising that rule. Hello Team Richards, hello Wayne, hello Stafford, hello John Shea, hello everyone, hello Railway Thinker, hello Carl van Gasberg, hello Peter Dawson, hello Jacob, hello Steve Clarke, hello Draken Red, hello Runon, hello everyone, John Evans, hello everyone who was on the Twitch stream earlier, hello Leslie Mitchell, hello Buggate229, hello Alistair Crow, hello Phil Williams, hello everyone. Steve Richards, how did Ajax manage to defeat an Italian squadron sinking 3 and damaging 1? Ajax gets lucky. In that specific scenario, and I swear, we're talking about the night of the 11th of October. Ajax intercepted 2 Speaker-class torpedo boats, a destroyer, which was later sunk by HMS York as well. We're talking about that battle. There's a few battles. Ajax managed to get a few battles against multiple targets and has a habit winning, but pretty much the usual advantage is she's HMS Ajax. She's got 6-inch guns, radar, and the ability to fire at long range at night. It's night fighting, and she gets damaged. In the one where she was against 2 torpedo boats and a destroyer, she actually has her whalers, one of her whalers destroyed, and some damage to the bridge and radar installations. She got 35 casualties, including 13 killed, but she still won the battle. Ajax has a lot of inner warspite moments, but more importantly, she has inner Ajax moments. That's it. Why do people blame Churchill as PM for the famine of 43 when his mistake was the British Raj Railway when he was Chancellor of Treasury in the 1920s? Because people think short term, honestly. As I tried to explain in that video, I wanted to do it quickly. It's blaming him at the time goes, well, you know, he should have done more. The trouble was, the whole system had been predicated on the British having access to their maritime infrastructure and having enough ships to service that maritime infrastructure. They didn't. They lost territory which was part of their rice-producing areas, which could have compensated for some of the loss, so they could have brought food from multiple directions into the war. They lost the merchant ships which they normally use to move the things, and they didn't have the capacity to bring merchant vessels from other areas of the Empire as they normally would. And basically it all hit. And the only way you could have maybe compensated for that was if you'd done the work on the railways in the 1920s. And it's one of the proposals is that railway which Churchill turns down. Well, Churchill doesn't turn down. He says, this is not my job to fund it. It is the job of the colonial government. They can decide what to do. And the colonial government didn't fund it. We're talking about the same colonial government which didn't want the Royal Indian Navy to have ships. We're talking about the same colonial government which made all sorts of decisions. Basically, the colonial government of India was the same trouble as the colonial government of Malaya when they were asking to set up defences in 1941. They prioritised the economy over everything, and they wanted to keep taxes low and production high, because that was their main thing. Because also, as you have to remember, colonies tend to be net costs. The idea of colonies being a cost benefit is something the British had worked through in about the 1900s was not the case. They'd already been heading that way in the 1890s when they started the Commonwealth movement, or the Dominion movement as it was called at the time. And yeah, the idea that empire gives you money is not quite the added up. The mercantilist worldview of economics turns out to not be correct. Sadly. Blind Masters, if the Queen Elizabeth class carriers were nuclear powered but still stall carrier, how would this affect the arrangement of facilities? Oh, it would have ignited the island debate, something chronic. The two stacks helps justify that island, that double twin island arrangement, and the Royal Navy the British fudging, and in a quite an artistic way, the island debate that the British often get into, because best for flight operations is the island further back, best for surface operations is the island forward. That's why you basically ended up with an air control island and a ship control island, and various means of communicating between the two. If the Queen Elizabeth class were nuclear powered, welcome to the Thunderdome. That would have been a bigger fight. I think in the end, what they'd have done is probably fudged it. Probably put one about half. Currently, there's a lift, I think, between the two from memory. So if it was nuclear powered, I'm fairly sure what you'd find is that the island structure be where the forward lift is, and the forward lift be where the forward island is. And maybe they'd have moved the aft lift, but possibly not, because probably it would be a slightly larger structure in that space. But yeah, that's fun. Hi, Jack Ray. There is all sorts of weird stuff put around about fascism, but it's yeah, the fact is people forget that fascism and not whether it's Nazi fascism or Italian fascism or Spanish fascism is still fascism. It still has the same core tenets, and it is a right-wing spin on a left-wing idea theoretically, but in reality it's just another form of authoritarian government where you are using force to push your ideology on people. Basically, as a rule, here's the other thing to watch out for. The more extreme the ideology, the more they need to use the power and force of state to enforce it. Because usually humans do not like the pain which comes with the strictures of the toughest and most focused ideologies. This is why, if, as I said, it's a circle, not a spectrum. Now, if the second national government spent 1931 to 35 building up the railways and shipyards of the empires, how does it affect World War II? Well, you'd have had a lot more infrastructure in place to build things, but also India probably wouldn't have had the issues. You wouldn't have had to do a lot of the West Coast West Coast convoys. You might have had more of a railway line, well, boost the railway line across Canada, move railway lines across Africa. It could have been very interesting in terms of movement of goods. It could have reduced. Well, basically, there are still things you're going to need to move by sea. But what you might have done is if you'd managed to build. Could you have done it from Sierra Leone? Map of British Empire. So, oof. You couldn't really do it from Sierra Leone, but if you'd stuck in railways to take your stuff all the way up to Egypt and maybe all across Africa as well, you could have possibly only had to convoy things like aircraft engines and spare parts to Nigeria, Cameroon area, and then gotten it to Egypt on train, which would have probably been a lot quicker and a lot safer. But because considering where the railways would have gone, those railways would probably have been nowhere near places where Italian bombers and German bombers could have reached. But then again, you'd probably have to deal with commandos trying to have fun. It's fun. It's an interesting scenario what you could have done with railways, and if you built railways, more railways around Australia, more railways around Singapore. Basically, you can never go wrong with having more infrastructure to support things. That's the whole thing. Okay. So who came up with the popular designation like KMS for Kriegsmarine, RN for the RM for the Ranger Marine, I'm presuming, Marine National, MN for the Marine Nationale, MNF for Vichy France, and FFNF for Free and French Navy. Various historians try and work out which one, I dare you. Because one will go, well, I published it first in the book form, but I published it in the journal article form, but I talked about it at a conference first. Good luck, God bless, and that's a mission I have no wish to undertake. Also, building a merchant fleet would have helped, yeah. That would have helped. Was the Cape to Cairo ever a realistic idea? I think it was completed. No, it wasn't finished. It wasn't finished, actually. But what was it on? What was it? Miscompletion? Yeah, Germany, East Africa. Basically, it's economics. They decide to complete it. They don't complete it before World War II, and after that, there's decolonisation. But honestly, they built 5,625 kilometres out of the 10,489 kilometres needed. No, 5,625 kilometres out of the total of 10,489 kilometres completed is still in use, and they were only short by, I think it's less than 1,000 kilometres. Yeah, honestly, it could have been completed. It could have been completed after World War One. And that would, I think that would have made a difference to the African economy to this day. If you had a railway line going north to south in Africa, I think that would have made a big difference, because railway lines tend to have a bit of a stabilizing effect. Mainly because the economics work around railway lines. And suddenly lots of places have access to lots of markets and can sell their goods up and down, and that stability of that railway tends to be in everyone's interest. So people try. How do I put this? If you try and disrupt a railway line, which is important to the economic success of the area, A, you will find that people will be prepared to give information about you, and B, you will find the people sent to ask for that information are not the type of people who wear national flags or follow the rules as established by governments. If you look through history, and even especially in the 20th century, The people who tended to turn up to ask questions asked very, very abrupt questions, very impolitely, and sought very permanent means of making sure everyone understood that you do not disrupt the railway flow. You can ask for money from the railway company, and they will probably happily provide it within reason. You can, as protection fees, all that, they'll be quite happy to do that. But disrupts the railway. Stop the flow of goods. Things will happen. Pete Olsen, do people like abbreviations? Yes. It makes life easier when you're typing it. So why doesn't HIJMS sound like what the Imperial Japanese Navy would use? Because it doesn't. But it didn't really worry the historian at the time, did it? Oh, I don't think I've done a live today, but the note of, this is a live. If you haven't realised it, this is live, but I was hoping that these two things here would kind of point out it was alive to people. The fact that there's live chat and live questions coming in. I'm hoping. Please tell me that's enough people are going to work out it's alive. Please tell me that's enough. Surely that's enough. And please, look, there is one thing I really do beg, and that is with the debasement of what is it actually is to be a communist or a fascist these days, in terms of people calling political opponents that. Please, on this channel, can we all be accurate? They are not. The modern UK Conservative Party is a liberal conservative organisation, but it is a conservative party. It is not fascist. The modern Labour Party is, broadly speaking, social democrat with some interesting twinges, and occasional interesting memberships, but broadly speaking it's that, and it is, broadly speaking, fine, not communist. Liberal Democrats are, as always, somewhere in the middle between the two, trying valiantly to be in the middle and not to be of either camp. And then we have the Green Party in the UK, who are fundamentally don't actually think they're in a fundamentally don't seem to understand the concept that we're not in a sort of igloo. That things are actually going on around you, and you have to interact with those things, and you can't just be in your own perfect world. But we'll leave that to one side. Blamos, what if during the 600-ship Navy plan, instead of reactivating battleships, they built strike cruisers, but displacement of the Kirov-class battlecruisers? What is the impact on the world? Honestly, the US Navy has some wonderful ships for many years, and that probably are a driving force in their present missions even to this day, and probably they're trying to work out how to replace them at this point. And because they'd be a little bit older than Ticos, but not a little bit younger than Ticos, but not much. But they'd be a lot easier to upgrade because they'd have nuclear power and have all that space. And you might well get things like Britain and France might well build their own equivalents of them, because they would be very interesting, and it would be a case of we would like that. And at that time, it would be possible for them to do such things. Nice Griffin, I'm not sure whether it's American, British, it's definitely Anglosphere historians because it's done in the English language papers, but I wouldn't like to say. I am not going to get into the whole country debate. It's like I'm not going to get into the debate of which historian it was. Because honestly, there are so many who can claim it, and so many who probably should claim it. Maximus, what if the US built a fighter bomber F-22 Super Raptor to replace in numbers the F-15 starting late 90s? The US would have an absolutely amazing aircraft in service, and the F-35 would have a serious competition for orders. And there would be a serious question of why won't you let us buy it? Black Masters, what if the UK built all 4 Audacious class, no Victorious refit, and no Malta class changes? Well, the Royal Navy ends up with 4 pretty decent carriers. They're not going to be the biggest, but they're going to keep it going for quite a while. And with the 4 Audaciouses, they're going to be perfectly serviceable assets. Are they as big as capable as the Maltas? No. Will they probably stay in service the same length as the Maltas would have done historically? Yes. You're probably talking about ships which end up out of service in the 1980s. And possibly get replaced. They certainly would be utility and area enough and cheap enough that the Royal Navy would have a decent amount of... Might actually get some other ships through as well as them. What do you think the current carrier-based interceptor looks like, e.g. Sun and Tomcat? When they've actually got a flying version, I'll comment. Until then, it's just artistic impressions. Yeah, I've got to get the box out and the books in it. I will get box out and I'll start putting books in it. Are there ways to refuel nuclear engines without cutting the hull open? Well, you can design it so the cutting the hulls open is easy, but you're still going to have to fundamentally cut the hull open because you don't tend to put these things in a way that they aren't going to require to be cut into. Oh, and if you want real fun, I've got a box of books which I'm literally using for my Tuesday video. My Tuesday video on American doctrine is, when I say box of books, you're probably all wondering what I mean. Let me grab it. Oh, there you go. Full loading with books. And that's just for the Tuesday's video. So, this is the fun thing. This is why I say the videos take me a while to do. They really do. Because it's the research, it's the reading, it's making sure it's as accurate as it can be. And even then, sometimes I have to admit there are compromises that have to be made. I had a knife out here. It's gone now. Oh. Where's my knife gone? Where's my Sharpie? Pen? Where's my screwdriver gone? Everything's gone. I used to go. That's just annoying. That is annoying. Hello, Scottish nerd. Hey, Dr. Clarke. Yusuf Road, thank you. And saying thank you for your what if scenarios. Never knew about Agincourt being an 18-inch shiver. What would have happened with Battenberg's Navy, Tillman at Washington, and Sun at London? Okay, well, here's the thing. This is the point I often make to people. If Battenberg gets his 18-inch battleship in Agincourt, Tillman's still alive when it comes into service. At that point, Tillman probably has an absolute fit with the US Navy and is ordering an 18-inch gun ship within like 5 seconds flat. Probably one of his more sensible designs. And then the Washington Naval Treaty, if it happens, well, if he's there, it's going to be everyone getting a balance of ships, which will be interesting. And remember, he likes construction. He doesn't want to stop construction. He wants construction going because it's jobs for Charleston. So that's his criteria. At which point, you have the scenario that he's going to want ongoing construction. With ongoing construction, and then Stalin showing up at the London Treaty, and that gets through, then honestly, the navies of World War II will be completely different than the navies of World War I. All the World War I battleships will have gone by World War II. under that time, and they will all be replaced with new builds, and who knows what they'll be armed with. Could well all be armed with 18-inch guns, because that's become the standard, and because everyone's building an 18-inch gun, everyone is building it. The British might have gone to a 1.5-inch gun. It's going to depend. But if they've gone with 18-inch gun fast battleships, they're probably to 18-inch gun fast battleships. The main big impact is going to be the sheer quantity of cruisers and what you're going to have in terms of cruisers. And yeah, basically it's nirvana for a naval historian like me, because the number of the ships will just be so different. But thank you. And yeah, it'll be basically, if Stalin showed up to London at that point, then by the time Hitler gets in power, Hitler's going to be crying. There's going to be nothing he can build a navy for. It'll be a case of, I can build battleships with 11-inch guns. Oh, cute! You've got a heavy cruiser. It's a battleship. It's got 11-inch guns. Our standard issue battleship comes with 12 18-inch guns. It's a heavy cruiser. Isn't it cute? Poor... you'd actually almost feel sorry for Hitler, because he'd be completely emasculated before it even began. There'd be almost... seriously, there'd be no point in Germany pursuing conventional navy. Which is why I'm sure they would actually do it, because let's be honest, there was no point in them doing what they did in the run-up to World War I. They still did it. It just caused them trouble. The whole naval race was an absolutely stupid idea. Everyone knows quantitative naval races lead to conflict. Qualitative naval races tend to lead to not lead to conflict. Getting involved in a quantitative naval race is stupid. This is why you don't do it. Every time any power's got involved in a quantitative naval race, i.e. quantity of ships rather than quality of ships, there has been a war. The French and British, every single time. Qualitative naval races don't lead to war. They tend to be what you get in Cold War scenarios, where each side's going, I've got something better than you've got, da 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 da, and basically they're children. But it's all about ego, and it doesn't tend to lead to war. But people are fun. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. That's going to go towards the boxes I'm paying for. And thank you for subscribing to the channel. That's going towards boxes. We spent so much money on boxes. Yeah, I've got 30 boxes of books in here and I haven't finished. I've got another about the same in my bedroom and I haven't finished there. I'm thinking I'm going to be taking roughly 80 boxes of books with me. That's either a very good thing or it means that a lot of tree spirits are going to not like me. Suggestions on whether the tree spirits don't like me in the chat. Alright. Black Maximus, if the CV-01 carriers were Stovall, with the P1154 supersonic Harrier, gas turbine plant, how many could fit with the removed catapult system, and how does it impact the UK and the world? The CV-01's design is pretty darn good. They would probably be taking around 54 P1154s, and that's with an air group of roughly 18 helicopters. So you're probably talking about an air group of roughly 72 at full load with because of their deck parking facilities. Because remember, they had the space around the side of the ship that they could use for deck parking and all sorts of things. So their maximum operation capacity would be roughly 72 aircraft. Their normal operating capacity probably 36 and 18. So probably about 54 aircraft. That's done. That's done. Shall I put another one across the bottom? I shall put another one across the bottom, just in case. Because they're going to be heavy. Okay. Andrew Buffer, updating Japanese armor. Shinano turret's face was 26 inches, tested by the US post-war. Was built using 10 mm 10 mm 2 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 mm technique that causes lamination when struck, but was still judged 83 equivalent to your arm. As I'm presuming that, yeah, yes. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Jacob, fun fact, if the Royal Navy would launch 4 battleships today, what would you think they'd call them for maximum, we're not joking, Empire theme song playing distance approach? Well, unfortunately, the trouble is today, you've got some good names, Dreadnought, Warspite, etc., and Queen Elizabeth have all been taken by aircraft carriers and Dreadnought and submarines. Probably Royal Sovereign, Renown, Repulse, and Resolution? Or Revenge? Probably Revenge. R-Class. Go R-Class. If in doubt, go R-Class. It's the Royal Navy standby for ships to line. It's just like Flare Class are the standby for small ships. And River Class is a standby for small ships. If in doubt, if you need to build a class, you're not quite sure how many you're going to build, but you think it's going to be a lot of them, you go with that. In the Royal Navy, if you're not sure what to name a capital ship, you go with that. Warships after watching I need to keep out, because I'm working with that. Modern naval strategy, working with that. Great naval battles. Is this part all ones I'm working with? I think it is. No wonder that's annoying. Okay, which of the piles I'm not working with? So... Hendrik Boffa, only problems above 17 inches. On the arm. Cool. Code 85. Which of the experimental carriers were the most combat capable, and what would the Langley's air group be if she was still a full carrier in World War II? That's HMS Furious. It's got to be HMS Furious, which is the most combat capable of all the experimental carriers. And let's be honest, Langley, if she was still available in World War II, she'd probably be loaded up with dive bombers. Renan, I recently saw a short where an author got a shipment of books via semi-truck. I was tempted to send it to you, but then was only when was only receiving a pallet. Single pallet of books, is that all? Goodness gracious me, Amazon know me as the one-stop delivery spot. We've been known to max out trucks in this family. Mostly thanks to books. People ask me sometimes, why do I know so much about the US Constitution? Because I read the books about it. It's the same with the British Constitution. If you want to know about these things, read them. It does not make me in any way, shape or form an American constitutional expert. It does, however, give me enough information to know what I'm talking about. Ah, there's the Cardinal Weird book. Anyway, is it possible the Tiger was a one-off because the Archicore design was in the works? I think the Tiger was a one-off because Louis comes in and basically gets rid of its second one. And it's just that basically stops it being ordered. Because, as I said, he doesn't like battle cruisers. He's the one one of the ones people pushing the fast battleship design. This is what people don't realise in some of the assessments that are put up about him. Is they seem to think that he was universally liked by everyone. No, he was in his own faction as well. And he wasn't really in the Fisher faction, in that whilst he supported Fisher's aims, he didn't support his methodologies. He had a different approach, and frankly, Fisher did the best he could to make his name bad in order to justify what he did, because he knew what he did was wrong. It's wrong to do that about your successor. You don't do that. Just because you want it for your ego, it's wrong. Runan. Would the battleships under Tillman Abandonment Treaty always be under 18-inch dominance, or would they be like, are they bulk, like 16-inch class with a squadron, or 2 or 18 as previous sea ships? No, they'd probably be, in the nicest way, anytime you set a treaty maximum, that's what people will build to. So if the treaty maximum is 18-inch guns, if that's the treaty maximum is going, you know, you're allowed 18-inch guns, no more, no less, then everyone will build 18-inch guns. Because they are that bigger children. That's what they are. Everyone will build 18-inch guns, and everyone will build everything else to fit around those 18-inch guns. Hey, found a book that fits in its hole. Conduct of War. 1789 to 1961. That's a fun read. Diplomat off duty. Again, this is the point of the things. When I start talking about diplomatics, and this is the point I have to make, is I don't just read the books which are the official books about diplomats. I read the books which are sort of these ones. And that's what you have to do when you're about to write about them. Because this sort of book tells me a lot about their personality, which I can then use to evaluate their works in other ways. That's the whole thing about research techniques, is what you get taught, and what part of your time at university when you're doing a history degree teaches you. It's how to approach doing the research and what you need to sort of look for. How you deal with researching officialdom versus dealing with researching an individual. Not all of it's gold, though. Trust me. You have to learn to pick your way through it and go, is this the right methodology for this situation? If it's not, don't do it. For goodness sake, don't waste your time doing it. Okay, right. That almost caused me to fall over. That'd be funny. I'd have gone down in a pile of books. And be a pile of books. Anthony Beaver. So, what's next? Okay, so Knights again. So, if an undeclined British Empire was building a supercarrier, would the 3.5-inch angled deck become standard, or would they increase with each new supercarrier? It's going to depend on what kind of aircraft they're approaching and whether they think it's worthwhile. This is all this stuff. Quite a lot of the stuff is a feedback. It's we're operating this type of aircraft. This fits it. Great. Hang on. No, we're moving on to operating this type of aircraft. This is going to be a new standard of aircraft. Does this work with that? Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, right. Then we need to change it. That's what happens. It's not something so pure as oh yeah, we're just going to always do it this way because that's what makes sense. That that will fit in perpetuity, because it doesn't. History is rarely so neat and tidy. That's why it's fun. That is why it's fun. And if you occasionally hear screaming coming from behind me, don't worry. My sister is packing up her office. She's still alive. As long as she's screaming, she's fine. If she stops screaming, that's when we go check. It's a very simple policy. But it's effective. It's effective. You should all realize this policy for dealing with your own siblings. If they're screaming, they still have enough breath in their lungs to scream. If they stop screaming, that's when you have to worry. Right. However, how much speed would the Nelrods have gained with a 1936 engine update refit? If you're not adding an extra shaft, there's a limit to what you can probably get, but you can probably make it up to 26 knots standard speed if you're not prepared to blow. And there was an interesting discussion today on the Queen Elizabeth class on Drax dry dock, where he's explaining about the fact that you don't very rarely list the maximum of what engines are capable of. You list what you would normally run them at. You very rarely run an engine at full power. We could blow it up any point for full time. So that's always going to be a factor in some of the details you're dealing with. And that's also some of the reasons why the Royal Navy goes. Let's see. Is that box full, do we think? I'm going to go for it is full. It's so good the camera's pointed up here, because if it was pointed down there, you would see some very interesting maneuvers. Where did the... there's. But honestly, yeah, an engine refit in 1936 would be really useful for them. Engine and boiler refit. Hello. I do love the way the camera loses me if I do the hat move. I can sort of dodge out of it. Maximus, if Urugia had been built up to 10,000 tons with a single hangar and a class of 4, could this have forced the London Naval Treaty to allow cruiser carrier tonnage and other impacts? If it had been built up in such a way as to be successful, I like that, like you're outlining, so it actually does work at the weight it is rather than basically not working, it could have been interesting. It could have certainly forced some considerations, because at that point, if it's not a one-off which is causing trouble, but instead is a class of 4, which the Japanese are very pleased with, then you have a problem of... if we try and force this to be part of the aircraft carrier, does it cause Japan to leave leave at the first London Naval Treaty rather than wait for the second London Naval Treaty? And that would not have been tolerable for them to leave that early. It was bad enough when they left the first time. No, when they left in the second London Naval Treaty. If they'd left in the first London Naval Treaty. Well, the only thing that would have done is free Japan from treaty restrictions earlier, and also have the benefit of probably causing the other partners to build up earlier. So basically, if you either get that recognised as a scenario, in which case, if they've got a class of 4, so 40,000 tons, and you want to do this in a 5-3-3 scenario, you probably end up giving them roughly 60,000 tons. The British and Americans get 100,000 tons, and the Italians and French maybe get... Well, they get theoretically 22,000 tons, but you might well give them slightly more. Because that's the trouble. You can't give them 30,000 unless you make it 45,000 tons. And you say they're allowed to be up to 15,000 tons, so we've given you 3. And then we give the French and the things roughly sort of 20-odd thousand, roughly 30-something thousand tons. If they're 2.2 times 15, that's going to be what, 33,000 tons ish, 33,000 tons each. And then the British and Americans get what, 75,000 tons each. So the British and American can build 5 15,000 tons, and the French and the Japanese are stuck with 4 10,000 ones. Might do it that way. But then for the British, it'd be immediately Hermes, Argus would both count in that category. But they would, of course, be fraud that category. So it would help the British out straight away. It would help the Americans out because it would take Ranger, wouldn't it? It would take Ranger into that category. And if it takes Ranger into that category, it makes everyone's life a little bit easier. So actually, that could be fun. I think that's what probably happens. I think it's probably a 15,000-ton confluence, because then that allows the British and the Americans to build both bigger and more capable ships than them. Leslie Mitchell, I know armor plate takes extra processing with modern casting techniques in metallurgy. Would the time be reduced or exist extant timescales? If you have the infrastructure, you've actually been building it, then it does tend to make it a lot easier to do it. So you have to remember, the more practiced you are in something, the less wastage you get, and the more quickly you can tend to produce something. So the more it's being done, the better it's sort of going. If in terms of building it today, it would be blooming difficult to recreate it. But if you keep up the construction, you then have the knowledge, and its knowledge is up to date, and you're probably producing a better version than what you're doing then. I think that answers your question. Luke Delport, why do some US historians say Congress, Constitution, and Sisters revolutionized frigates when the leaders were around and the French and Dutch had 32 polar ships? Look, in the nicest way, it's kind of like, why does Teddy Roosevelt write that the US Navy won the War of 1812 at sea? It's a case of, when you look at it, he goes, well, we lost control of the sea, the British are out using amphibious warfare and invading our territories, but we won it because we won it on a moral level. Well, you make a similar case on the ships. These are our most famous frigates, and they are bigger than everyone else's. Just please ignore these other classes. And no one look at that Razé over there. No one look at that Razé. It's just, it's nice to say. It's not true. It's not true. Where am I going to put this box of books? I've got no space. Oh, that. Another book for Tuesday's video, which is going into there. Literally, the number of books which are available, which I have out for Tuesday's video and the Doctrine videos. This is why they are spaced as they are, where they're sort of every a month, which has a 5th Tuesday in it. They are literally so intensive to research and bring together and make sure it's all up to date and all has all the latest information. It just, doing them more often than that would have been a nightmare. Are you still alive, sister? Yeah, okay. Sorry, she stopped making noise, so I was worried that she was no longer with us. Where are you going? I honestly have no space for you. Oh. I can't put you there because then I won't be able to get in and out of the place. I can't tuck you underneath there. I can't put you over there. This could be some exercise, okay? What's the next question? Well, John Shea, what is the hat you're wearing? Okay, I'm not really sure. A few years ago, well, this is actually many, many years ago, I was going to a formal function. And I was informed by Prof. Lambert that I needed a suitable hat for the function. Okay. And there used to be a shop in Epsom Newell. It's still in Epsom. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's still there. Called Lester Bowden's. And Lester Bowden was Well, honestly, they're where I got my school uniforms. They were that kind of store. But they also had menswear and women's wear upstairs, formal wear, gowns and those sort of things. And so I walked in and I said, I'm going to a posh event and I need a hat. And I explained the event. And the very nice gentleman went, Sir, I think I have just the right thing for you. And this is what I was given. And I honestly cannot remember what it's called. I should probably remember. I have it. I'm sure I have it written down somewhere. But yeah, it's it needs to be. It does need to be steamed because the edges are starting to curl up a bit, and they're not supposed to. They're supposed to be flat. I'm going to get it pressed and sorted out properly once I'm down in Cornwall, because now Bowden is not the same as it used to be. Even if it is there, I'm not sure. It's a bit weird. Whereas there is a place down in Cornwall where I can take this sort of hat and get it done, sorted out properly, because I've got some formal occasions coming up again, and I need to have a hat. Because, believe it or not, there are occasions, even today, in certain formal scenarios where one needs to wear a hat. And one needs to know the code for how you put the hat. If you are... let's see, what was the code I was taught? And this I was taught by my granddad. If you're single and looking, you'd put it down that side, as a man. If you're married and happy, if you're married, you're like that, and if you're single but not looking, you do it like that. So there's a whole code to how you used to plate your hats, according to my granddad when he taught when I was very much younger. So you know, single and looking, happily married, single not looking. There are some really fun history events in the UK. Some really fun formal history events. And sometimes, if I'm feeling really cruel, well, both me and Drac get invited to different ones. And so sometimes we do take each other to them. If we're sort of going. And I might take him to one of the ones that require a hat, because I know, for starters, that he doesn't always like wearing all types of hats. The Queen Elizabeth-class battleships had the same length to beam ratio Tiger. They're not far off. And were 26.5 knot on regular oil boys. How would this impact World War I and World War II? If they were 26.5 knots, whilst they still would not have qualified as fast battleships, because they would not have been able to equate to the cruising line, they would be a fast wing of the battleship line, and they'd be as fast as many of. There's a reason why there's quite a lot of the German battle cruisers end up at 26.5 knots. Once you start arming up and heading towards the fast battleship section, so they would have been intriguing, let's say. How does it affect World War One? World War One, you honestly have a scenario where they would have been dictating range and engagement to the high seas fleet. The only things that could keep up with them matching would be the battle cruisers of the Scouting Group 1, and Scouting Group 1 does not want to get into a running fight with the Queen Elizabeth class. They are battleships, Scouting Group 1 is not. Scouting Group 1 does not win that fight. You're talking about the Queen Elizabeth class, which have the best fire control the Royal Navy has available at the time, have some of the best trained gunnery units the Royal Navy has at the time, and have the biggest guns. Yes, I know their shells aren't necessarily brilliant, but we're talking about able to dictate range and engagement that's going to wear. So enough shells are going to work, enough shells are going to impact that it's going to take them out, do severe damage. So if you have that sort of scenario, you might well have more investment in the whole fast battleship scenario. It could cause even more fun for the Admiral class, but it could cause fun for the Americans in some of their approach. Remember, some of their ships are not laid down till after Jutland. If they decided that suddenly they want them to be faster, and the British push the fast battleships, well, that's really interesting. And then what does it affect World War I, World War II? Well, if you've got the Queen Elizabeth class already at 26.5 knots, on their boilers. Honestly, getting them to 28 knots is not going to take you much effort in terms of additional engine, and that's going to be worth it. The extra knot and a half added in by boilers and added in by new boilers is going to be worth it. And if you've got 28 knot Queen Elizabeth class, that's going to make Mediterranean interesting, but that's also going to make things like the Battle Atlantic more interesting, because if they're 28 knot, King George V are 28 knot, you might not have things like Hood in that engagement. It might be a Queen Elizabeth class. It might be Warspite and Prince of Wales engaging the Bismarck and Prince Jürgen at Denmark Straits, and that's a very different scenario, especially a modernised one. Out of the 2 Normandy-derived battlecruisers with 2 quadruple 340mm guns, are they trying to be what the Courageous class was, just bigger? No. No. They are the French interpretation of a battlecruiser. Have I met Drakenfeld's new cadet? Not yet, but I was... Ship-shape crew, this, I think, speaks volumes to how close we are as a group. I think we were one of the first sets of people to actually receive pictures and be told the new Princessa Drakenfell has arrived. Henry Bova. Theoretically, if you stretch a Scharnhorst hull to 270 meters and stuck in 249,000 horsepower emergency power plant, how much speed could such a ship hit on trials? I'd also need to go up to 4 shafts to be able to deploy that properly and that power, because otherwise I could end up risking burning my shafts in half if I'm still on a free shaft form. So that's going to affect my weight distribution and some of my hull shaping. Honestly, if you're pushing up that, you're probably looking for a 33, 36 knot ship, somewhere in that region. Where it actually cranks out is going to depend on hull form. And I say, why do we call the Courageous class large? Why do we not call them? Well, that's technically what they were, but people like to be silly. Danks, hello. If Renown was accompanied by Repulse during the Lofoten action, how would the action have developed? I can see the outcome, but would love to hear your opinion. Bias towards Renown aside. If Repulse is with Renown, Repulse hasn't been upgraded like Renown has, but they do have abilities to share firing information. So Renown could be telling Repulse what her firing angle is. You therefore theoretically have got, instead of 4, you've got 8 15-inch guns firing. Now let's say 4 of those are 2/3 as accurate as the first 4. So that's the equivalent of increasing your firing to 6.5 guns instead of 4 guns firing. Accuracy-wise, you're basically getting 50% more chance of hits. In which case, I'm fairly sure Gneisenau gets damaged a lot more. In which case, Scharnhorst either has to leave her behind or has to try and stay and fight. In which case, you get a far bigger fight. And in that scenario, well, the 11-inch guns of the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are enough to damage the Renown Repulse. They seriously are, especially Repulse when she's not being modernized. But the thing is, if they've been running away and there's already damage accrued on their side, then it could well knock out one of those ships quite quickly, in which case it's 2-on-1. Now, do I think the British get out of it unscathed? Probably not. Do the British win that fight? Probably yes. Will both German ships get sunk? More than likely. Will they get sunk in that engagement? At least one will. And the other one, if it doesn't get sunk in that engagement, won't get far before Warspite or something else comes up and goes, "Hello! We hear you hurt one of our sister ships. We're here to make sure we return the favour." Or a cruiser with torpedoes, or a flotilla of tribal class destroyers come by going, "Hello! Happy Tribal Day!" It's not Tribal Day, it is for you now. And on she goes. Good job I built this shelving strong, right? Next box. Actually, I'm going to have a drink first and sit down. Oh. looks like something Sinatra would have worn. Why, thank you. So, but basically, it would still be the same tail chase for the renowned Repulse on Charnel's Nice scenario. It's just they'd be concentrating all their guns and... Repulse was known to have a very good gunnery crew, and you only have to look at her performance in part of Force Z to see that's true. Her AA gunnery is top notch. She's dodging around, as I've said before. The whole scenario, Force Z scenario, HMS, it's the whole Strictly Come Dancing, or Dancing in the Stars scenario, I think in America they call it, where you've got this sportsman who can't really dance, and you've got this experienced dancer who's probably won many competitions, who's now not a professional, not a competing professionally, but is still very good and is teaching them things to their partner, and is basically dancing around, doing all sorts of frills and things to make them look good. And that's Repulse in that scenario. Basically, Repulse is just whizzing around and going, wee, I'm all over here, here, doing everything, and it's, yeah, judging Repulse's quality of her performances in the battles and the fight she was in and what she did, yeah, I think she would not have been much of a drag on Renown, and I think, honestly, Charnos and Nice now could have found themselves in trouble, because they hadn't had as much practice as she had. That's one advantage of having mature ships. The crews are going to be very used to their capabilities, and they're going to know how to play them for their best advantage. From what I can find, it seems Lion Class 9 we're going to have 45 caliber guns, and Engineer was trying to make a very consistent gun. So, accuracy over maximum performance, you agree? I would not doubt the level of performance, because I remember which development scenario was working on those guns. But I would say they were trying to get accuracy up to a high degree. They wanted to be able to hit first round. They know how important the first salvo hits are. It's one of the reasons, again, why the British have a slightly different maximum range than the Americans. Because the British look at the maximum range, the Americans and the Japanese are practicing for, that have been observed in exercises, and the British think, how likely are you to hit at that maximum range, though? How many shells will you waste? And if they're manoeuvring and at the same speed as you are, that's just going to make it very complicated. The British have this phrase of the maximum range practicable. And practicable does a lot of work in that sentence. But there again, you understand the Americans are doing the thing they are doing and doing the maximum range. And the same with the Japanese. Because they want to do the safest possible engagement. And they can afford to do that in the Pacific. It suits them. This is the thing the British don't necessarily think about when they're doing the evaluation, because the Americans are thinking about a Pacific fight as are the Japanese. The British are thinking about an Atlantic fight, a Pacific fight, an Indian Ocean fight, a Mediterranean Sea fight, a North Sea fight. And let's be honest, in a lot of those scenarios, or the South China Sea, you might not actually see the enemy till you're closer to maximum range. Which is what makes spotting them and rapidly responding and firing and hitting them quickly and accurately matter so much. Renan, do the rules that make modern composite armor for tanks viable scale to ship-grade armor? Not really. And when I say that, it's more to do with salt water and a few other things. But there are areas on ships which, as I've discussed before, are armoured, and it's admitted they're armoured. But mostly the armour these days is about splinter protection and heat resistance. It's still the same rule that when you're dealing with ships, often weapons you're being hit by and you're hitting with, if you get hit by them and not much out of any armour is really going to help you, the only thing that's going to save you is which side of the bulkhead you're on. Because that's what you're really literally talking about, which side of the bulkhead you are. This is why armies have about many different gradients of injuries. And navies rarely do have so many gradients of injury because they really, if you're one side of the bulkhead, you are dead, or you are injured to the point at which you probably are soon going to be dead unless someone can get you to a full-fledged hospital. Or you're the other side of the bulkhead, in which case you might have mild concussion, you might have injuries from falling over, but you're otherwise walking around fine. And if you're the side of the next bulkhead on, you might not even realize you've been hit that hard. Black Master, if Canada just happened to be producing a Gullwing Naval 2-seater Spitfire in 1939, what changes and how does the RAF react? Well, the RAF reacts by going, we've got Spitfires, we've got Hurricanes, we don't need them, they're yours. As for what changes, well, that's probably what replaces the Fulmar. That goes into service instead of the Fulmar. And the Royal Navy goes, woohoo! And pretty much that's it. As for what changes after that, well, with a faster zoom and boom practitioner and a meaner zoom and boom practitioner, who knows what happens. But the Battle of the Mediterranean will get interesting. Also, there's the fact that if Canada's producing in 1939, then Courageous and Ark Royal, instead of doing anti-submarine warfare operations, might have made a trip over to Canada to pick up full carrier loads on them, and they could each be bringing back roughly 90 of the aircraft. If they discounted all their other aircraft and just literally were transporting those aircraft. So, frankly, that'd be far more useful than them doing anti-submarine warfare operations. Why is there still an argument over Western Wessex? I'm not sure. I don't experience the same parts of the internet as you do. I tend to avoid Reddit and a few other places because of the fear of experiencing those places, since you've been repeating them back to me. Nightingale, why did the Soviets not do with the MiL for what the British did with Wessex? You'd have to ask the Soviets, but I'm presuming it's because, frankly, the Soviets have a dearth of getting rid of anything and like to play around with everything ad infinitum. Every day is a tribal day. It could be. Hello, Wayne. Hello, Melanie. It's much too worldly a hat to be Amish. Bad day for an access trip. Hello, it's Trouble Day. But what if we run the other way? You could, but there's a family reunion that way. They're all named Fletcher. That's called being in a very uncomfortable Allied destroyer sandwich. Bad guy, if the Allies went ahead and invaded Japan, do you think the Soviets would try and take the rest of Europe with European forces being moved to the Pacific? No. Because there are some very good reasons not to. And one of them is the Soviet supply lines and logistics honestly ran out when they reached Berlin. This is one of the things that's often forgotten. People go, oh, they could have moved on. No, they couldn't. They barely got to Berlin. Their supply line was creaking so much it was collapsed. It was a case of, you might will, but the only thing you will take forward will be infantry. And also, there's a reason why some forces, like the 101st and a few other units, are left in Europe. Basically, whilst yes, there are troops going to the Far East and going for Japan, etc., there are some surprisingly veteran and capable formations left behind. And honestly, the Allies always have the option of quickly arming the Germans and the Italians already have their arms and deploying them. And there's the French standing up, and all sorts of other things going on. So it's a thing of you can, but A, you're not going to have fuel, B, you're not going to have spares for all your lorries, and C, you're going to be running into a lot of air power and some very interesting units. Look, Naval, why did the Royal Navy not raid Norfolk and Boston with fireships in War of 1812? Honestly, just because they didn't have the ships they wanted to use as fireships. If they'd had ships they didn't mind using as fireships, they probably would have done it. They were quite happy to do everything they wanted to do, honestly. 9681, question 16. If World Warships Tier 10 cruiser Cerberus was being built, which kind of class variant would be her basis? Okay, so now I have to look up what a Cerberus looks like. Because I haven't played that one. So, what's she based on? Ooh, she's cute. Let's see. She's armed with 20. I'm sure that's 205mm because 203 doesn't make sense. Let's see. She's got triple 8-inch guns, and she has 4 triples. Basically, you've got to go for the biggest county. You're going for the biggest county as your standoff for that one. Honestly, you're almost going... Let's be honest, in tonnage. She's got 6 of those. You are... probably looking at something from the Norfolk class, because they're the largest in length and overall length, perpendicular and overall length. Beam, they're all about the same, but this would have to be slightly fatter in its beam. We're talking something which has to be... So I've got sponsons for those as well. Twin Force. Those. It's got 6 twin 4-inch guns, 12 8-inch guns. That is a 15,000-ton ship if I've ever seen one. Yeah. It's definitely a I'd say it's... I'd be tempted to say it's a Surrey class expanded Norfolk continuation. That's what we've got to deal with. Okay, normal displacement, the Renowns are 7,600 tons. You are probably not talking much to add on their third to try to get those guns to triples. They're going to be slightly beamier, but they're also going to have to be slightly longer. You might, but if you keep the length to beam ratio, you can probably keep the power ratio about the same. You might want to up it a bit. So you are probably talking About 30,000 tons in normal, so about an extra 2,400 tons overall. Probably about somewhere in that region. Because you're going to be increasing the turrets, by one gun. So that's one space gun. So each ton is going to expand by roughly 50% in size and beam and width. And you're going to need to expand the beam slightly to accommodate that. You're going to need more space for shells, because you're going to have 9 guns into service rather than 6. So yeah, you're probably talking 2,400 to 3,400 tons. Tanavaga, how far would Drac go to give Princess Drac the opportunity to launch her own ship when she's old enough? I'm fairly certain he's already started a campaign. Tanavaga, how far... Henry Buffer, if either side of Jutland is replaced 1-for-1 by Des Moines heavy cruisers, would the order 8-inch radar-guided guns overpower the other fleet? Let's see. What's their engagement range? So I need that, and I need to go for the 15-inch 42. So in 1916, their scoring hits at about 17.8 kilometers. And the whole thing about the Des Moines is their radar-guided automatic guns, and their guns have a range of 27 kilometers. So let's say practical accuracy fire is going to be 24 kilometers. Look, they could probably achieve a mission kill on either side. Whether they could penetrate all their enemy ships' belt armor at long range, I'm not sure. But either side, they would wipe out their superstructures. They'd wipe out their bridges, their director control, all those systems, and so they probably would win. So it doesn't matter. So either side, the Moines probably had the advantage, thanks to the radar and the range of their guns. So if there's no capital ship pause, your best guide for construction is probably HMS King George V. She's laid down January 1937. She's commissioned October 1940. Okay, yes, there is a pause. Yes, that does affect her. But that holds her up for probably roughly 3 months. So if we take, because she was the furthest along, if we take that as the scenario, and there's no pause, she is probably, instead of including October, it probably goes September, August. So probably July 1940. So that's 12 months from 1937, 12 months in 1939, 12 months in 1937, 12 months in 1939, 2038, 12 months in 1939, and 7 months in that. So that is 39 months. Okay? Hang on. 36 plus 7, 43 months. So, if we consider the Lion class, and it's laid down, but then if it goes through any form of accelerations, because it's in wartime, okay, it's laid down in July 1940, 1939, and Temeraire is laid down in June 1939. Now, considering you also should probably add on about 3 to 4 months onto the King George V class because of learning to build battleships again after so long not building them, and getting infrastructure up and running again. So let's say 6 months added on for that. So that takes us down from 43 down to 37 months. So if we are doing that in 1939, let's say in July 1939, I would be, which is the 7th month, I would expect it to be commissioning February 1943 at the latest, and that's if it's built on pre-war construction. If it goes to wartime construction levels where you are adding in the extra shift, I would probably be expecting that vessel to be available some point in 1942, if 1942. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if it was available in April to June 1942. Nice area front. My answer was I didn't realise there was any sane argument over the Westland Wessex. Basically, if people are arguing over it, that's probably in sections of the internet I don't want it to go. No, sir, would 10,500 or 11,000 or 12,000 be what the US would go for as a cruiser limits if a ship like the Australian Encounter was running around with 3 10.5-inch guns? How much does she weigh? The limits don't come from nowhere. No, people don't go, well, they round up what the Hawkins class weigh to get the 10,000 tons. So if the HMAS Encounter is in service, then that tells you what they will go for. Encounter. Okay. Let's see what she got. That looks like roughly a 12,000 ton ship. Yeah. That's roughly a 12,000 ton ship, so that tells you what the displacement's probably going to be. Dave Harrison, if no construction pulls an answer on Henry Buffer, when looking at ships with turtleback armor scheme, what's the diagonal part of the deck armor acts as a second line of belt? So looking only at belt and fix would not be accurate. Would you agree? To an extent. To an extent. It can act more as a trip. But yeah, to an extent. Scottish Nerd, is it conceivable the Germans decided against the 1918 offensive? Would the war have been lasting long enough for a naval air attack on Wilhelmshaven? Potentially. Potentially if they just play defensive instead of going offensive and they just try and hold their lines. They could maybe hold it for longer, but there again, the fact is that's surrendering the control of the pace of operations to the Allies, and that's not a good position to be in either. But guys, how much of an impact if the US went with the Pacific first instead of going with Europe first in World War II? Well, Britain keeps being bombed. It gives Germany more time to do whatever they want to do in various operations in Europe, but probably not much changes. I would say North Africa probably ends at about the same time it does historically, even without Torch. Mainly because of all the other stuff going on. I would say the invasion of Sicily and Italy would be delayed, but I don't think much else changes really. The only difference is you might end up invading Japan before you have the nuclear weapons left ready. So who knows what happens with those? But guys, how much of an impact? Answer that. Nice. So why in an environment of heavy cruiser treaty were 15,500 tons and 9.2-inch guns, do the RN not build light cruisers any bigger than they did historically? Because light cruisers are about numbers, not about whatever that the building up to the maximum. They're about commerce. They're about convoy defense and economic warfare. So 6-inch gun cruisers are probably what you're going to be building. But there's, they might build bigger. There might be things of the town class which are built up to that size. Colin Cameron, after thinking about the aftermath of your series of Mediterranean scenario, with the Soviets not invading the Kuril Islands as part of the Allied campaign against Japan, do you think they would be used as surveillance or sub-bases during the Cold War? Yes. Andrew Bertha, if Bismarck is replaced by Montana, Elsa, H-41 Yamato, which ship would perform the best against the UK fleet in 1941? Remind me the stats of the Alsace. Alsace. Honestly, I think because of speed and firepower, the interesting guns of the Alsace probably gives them the advantage. Number one design, of course, had 3 triple 15-inch guns. Number 2 design had 4 triple 16-inch guns. And number 3 design, and I'm going to go with that because that's the 32 knots, had 3 quadruple 15-inch guns. So I think the number 3 design, preferably, the Alsace number 3, is what we'll go with as being the scariest scenario. Because of its speed, its range, its armour, and its firepower. 12 15-inch guns, whoo-wee, that's going to make a mess. It's 50% more guns than Bismarck had. Yamato's 27 knots, so that's not fast battleships. That means the British could... Well, let's be honest, you wouldn't need to be racing after it with King George, with, the ships all breaking up with that speed. It's not going to break through as quickly. If you are talking about Montana, that's also not as fast. It's more powerfully armoured. H-41s... Let's be honest, the H-41 would probably be better than Bismarck, but I'm going to go with the Alsace. Right on, Dr. Clarke, can you expand on the grumbles? Can you expand on the World War I history of the towed ASWRs? Well, that's the interesting thing. They started off in World War I. I think I just got rid of the actual... Yeah, I did. I literally just closed down the information I had up on it. To look up the information in the Alsace. So let's go for... So basically, in World War I, there's a guy called Harvey Hayes, who's a US Navy physicist, who comes up with a system called the electric eel. And it's employed 2 cables, each with a dozen hydrophones attached. It was discontinued after the end of World War One and is not really resurrected until the 1960s. So basically, at the end of World War One, you had someone working with what would become a working towed array sonar. At least the ideas of one. How effective it would have been without the modern computer software to process it is another matter, but they could probably have found a way around it. It wouldn't have necessarily been great, but it probably would have worked. And that's the point. It would have worked. And with that available, who knows how the interwar years develop in terms of anti-submarine warfare. Yeah, that's about it. Lots of suggestions I should wear different hats for different things coming in. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. That. Right. Let me briefer. Were there any problems with developing line-class turrets? Articles I've read suggest some delay. There's all sorts of examples given and things that were raised as problems, but let's be honest, fundamentally, the Lion-class turrets were evolved Nelson and Rodney-style turrets, so there isn't as much of a problem there with that as might think. The main problems are devoting resources to it when you want to put the resources elsewhere in the war. It's very building a turret is very complicated. You've got twin turrets sitting in spare that you can modify for Vanguard. You have got 15-inch guns sitting in spare. You're already producing 14-inch guns. It's a lot of resources to produce the 16-inch guns in the volume needed and also produce the turrets. And that's a lot of complicated machinery. And basically justifying that with the war in Europe was difficult. If knowledge of Yamato and the reality of the Yamato class had become available earlier, I think you would have found at least Lion and Temeraire, possibly another couple completed. I honestly think you get at least 4 of the 6 Lion class done if they realise that those ships are actually 18-inch gunships, not 17-inch gunships as they believe. And there's a reason for that. They did the 17-inch ship, they just said, oh, that's just an improved 16-inch ship, and our 14-inch can factor in against that, and that's fine. If it's an 18-inch gunship, there's a different things evolved again. So yeah, I think the design you're getting built is the modified 1938 design. I don't think it's a 1942 design. I think that's what you get completed. And that's part of the trouble, is the redesigning of the ship halfway through. Connor Mitchell, hello. Doc, when did the Royal Navy start trailing radar capabilities, and where did this could be early in the 20th century? About 1930... Let's put it this way. Officially, it's somewhere in 1937. Unofficially, it could have been earlier. There are people who can point to things and go, well, this was being trialed and that was being trialed, but 1937 they're sort of trialing radar. And there's a reason why ships start to be fitted with radar. the Royal Navy had sort of quite a few interesting radars. The Let's see, the Type 27 one was that. And that was done in that. Type 79, 1938. That was the one fitted to HMS Sheffield. So the Royal Navy is fitting them to ships in 1930. Well, actually, no. HMS Saltburn, she's fitted with it in October 1936, and starts testing in 37. The Royal Navy was doing initial testing in 1936, at least, therefore, before it is fitted. So, and that's the Type 79 airborne early warning radar. Now, okay. French car. Hello. Was the Soviet fast battleship Novorossiysk a credible threat to NATO forces post-World War II? Well, for starters, she's not a fast battleship. She's the Comte de Cavour, which an original build had been capable of 21 knots, and upgrade is capable of 27 knots. You need to do 28 knots to qualify as a fast battleship. But saying that, is she a credible threat? Yes, because if she bumps into something post-World War II that doesn't have a similar firepower capability as she does, she can smash them up. There's a gap between the missiles coming of age and the battleships. The missiles come of age and the idea that the battleships are no longer capable, and that gap is a lot of people would have died if there'd actually been a fight in that period. Nice to go run. So, how many generations would it take to replace the surviving fleet of 11 and 20 battleships and 20 battleships and 8 battle cruisers? Who's doing this? Who's doing the replacement? You've got 12-inch and you've got 13.5-inch ships. And you've got 13.5 ships and 12-inch ships. So I'm presuming that's going to be the British. How long would it take to replace them? Well, you've got 28 vessels. If you're building 4 a year, you could replace them in 7 years, or you could take it over 12 to 14 years. It's going to depend how you feel like doing it. You could replace them literally 4 a year. Boom. And then, because you could order 4 this year. They won't come into service for at least another 3 years. Then you order 4 next year. They're not going to come to service for 3 years, and then 4 next year after that. So that's going to be at least 7 years plus 2 years is going to be at least 9 years. So 9 to 10 years, and 12 to 14 years if you try and make it. You spread it out a bit more. It's going to depend on how quickly you want to do it. If the UK, you can easily afford to order 4 capital ships a year. It's not going to break the bank under any central imagination. Likewise, if the P1154 supersonic Harrier was developed and produced by the UK, how much would this change things in the Navy, UK industry, export market, and other aircraft fund? It would probably annoy the Americans somewhat. It would certainly make it an interceptor, and it would make the carrier a lot more viable in terms of having a high capability asset. So yeah, you'd probably have more investment in small carriers. Book boxing. Okay, I will get to book boxing, don't worry. Senator, you've never been banned by Nightbot? I'm sure you were banned by Nightbot. I'm sure you... I think that was... Wasn't that the thing that started the original banning joke with you? That you kept getting banned by Nightbot? I'm sure you were. Andrew Beaufort, how do you think a fight between 2 Alsaces and 2 Lions would have gone? Well, let's put it this way. If we're talking about the Alsace number 3, they have a top speed of 32 knots. The Lions have a top speed of 30 knots. So the Alsace don't have enough to guarantee they're able to get away. The Lions have thicker armor and have 3 triple turrets where firing 16-inch shells, whereas the Alsaces have 3 quadruple turrets firing 15-inch shells. So the odds are the Alsaces going to have the edge in terms of firepower, but if we consider the reliability and the rate of fire of the French quadruple turrets versus versus the British triple turrets, I'm gonna give the edge to the Royal Navy. Mainly because the Royal Navy probably have reinforcements on the way, whereas the French probably don't. And remember, there's a very easy chance that the French end up with triple 16 inches or triple 15 inches, in which case the fight becomes very even in terms of firepower. It's only the 3 quadruple 15 inches which really gives them the edge. Nice again. How would it be likely is that the 20mm Oricon air gun would have fallen out of favour even if King John V were super battleships? Doesn't really fall out of favour. It's just not as useful. Yeah, I'll get to the book boxing. Don't worry. Henry what could the class after Lion look like for the UK if the US Montanas and no World War II? If the US had building Montanas, what would the class look like for the Lion outpost Lions? Probably something improved than Lions, because the British basically want fast battleships. That's what they're going for, because they need to be. See, the thing is, the Americans can afford to build battleships which are slower because they are going to the enemy, or the enemy's coming to them. Whereas in the British case, the enemy can strike at anywhere in the Empire, and you have to go over there first to get there to engage it. So that's the problem for the British. It's going to be a fast battleship. So the British are going to continue on that vein and probably work up. Probably, if the Lions are 3 triple 16-inch guns, then the next class will be 4 triple 16-inch guns, because that's the easy way to upgrade it. And keep it like the Montanas in terms of firepower, but try and keep the speed up with the Lions, so about 30 knots. So if the British built battleships at over 70,000 tons, full standard, isn't that going to mean they get 2 at best? No. 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 The British have plenty of yards. And there are plenty of yards which either can take that or can be expanded to take that, or take something bigger than that. That's going to require investment in infrastructure, but they're not going to just get 2 of them. The only time they bought 2, it was a treaty. They have bought 1, which is experimental, 2, which is testing, or they buy in 3s, or 5s, or 8s. They do not buy 2 of anything. For no reason, if it is a frontline unit. Now, so, would it be right that after 48,000 or 54,000 G-frames, then the RM begins investigation into automation on ships? They were already investigating in that period. You're behind the times on that one, Knight. They'd already started. They've been looking at automation and mechanization of ships and mechanical assistance on ships since about the 1880s. And they ain't gonna stop now. One of the longest running project offices in the Royal Navy is the Efficient Ship Project. And it's had various titles over the years. It likes to go through rebrandings, but it keeps existing. Nicer 6-8 round question to follow up to question 21. What could be the automated with pre-World War II tech available other than main and secondary guns? You could include a lot of redundancy in things, so you didn't need to worry so much about maintenance. A lot more redundancy, a lot more alternate systems. That's the main way you can achieve it, to make it easier to maintain. At sea. Scooters GP. Good day, Dr. Clarke. Could the concept of an effective submarine cargo transport be made viable if designed as such from the start? No, and no. What capabilities of such a vessel? Here's the thing. Have a look at the ships built by the Kaiserliche Marine in World War I. to be such vessels. And you'll find they aren't really great ships. Or boats, rather. Was there a stated reason for the holiday instead of allowing X hulls per annum in the treaties? Not basically. It was that was they believed would bring about peace. They really wanted to. They really thought going maximum on it would bring about peace. They thought disarmament would bring about peace. Lesson of history, though, is disarmament makes people afraid and makes those people who are aggressive. It makes them feel empowered because people are weaker. How would a functional autoloader change the design of warships from like 1895 onwards? It would probably biggest impact being crew quarters, because if you've got a functional autoloaders, then you're going to have to require some very highly skilled, highly trained people to maintain those autoloaders. In which case, those are people who are going to cost money, and you're going to need to treat them well. So basically, there is a direct correlation between crew qualification and crew quarters. The more qualified and skilled your crew have to be, the better the quarters are for them. So that's going to be a big change in the ships. What other systems would there be? Well, you would probably find the guns would grow bigger, and they would be less concerned about which ones need to be human or mandrolic, i.e. human loaded. So 6-inch guns might not be quite sort of sweet spot in that scenario. An 8-inch gun might be better. Might be better value for money. 9.2-inch gun, maybe. Scottish Nerd. Could a treaty ratio of 66422 have been achieved with a total of 18 ships and 39,000 tons? You could certainly have set it up, but whether anyone would have liked it is a different matter. But because for the French and Italians, that's a drop down in capability level. That could also be marketed as 3321. 33211, and for the Royal Navy and US Navy, that's probably enough ships for the Royal Navy, but is it enough ships for the US Navy? Is it going to make them feel happier? Do they feel they have enough security over them? That's a whole different ballgame. I certainly think it could have worked, because if you think about it, the Royal Navy then would go, well, we have the 15-inch gunships. We have the 5 Queen Elizabeths, the 5 R's, Renown, Repulse, and Hood. So we now need 3 new ships. Also, yeah, the Royal Navy gets to build at least three 39,000-ton ships, so welcome to the Thunderdome, because the Nelrods, if they're 39, able to be built up to that 5, and if they don't build them up to that level, they can probably get some pretty capable ships. It also gives you a total tonnage label for the Royal Navy of 702,000 tons, and that's going to be different. That is going to be different. At a certain point, though, they might well round it up to 40,000 tons, in which case you get 720,000 tons to it, because 39,000 tons versus 35,000 tons, you might as well go for 40,000 tons. It's a nice round figure. That's what they're working towards, to try and make things easy to work to. Right, and speaking of patron suggestions, let's go see what the votes are, what vote results are in. So, what we have winning. Because the poll has ended. Results are in. 17 votes. No treaties. Economic impact of either a failed Washington or London naval treaty. Okay. And then the next one down with 12 votes is Roberts. Alternate history. Kaiser doubles down. Wilhelm decides to try to outbuild the Royal Navy 1910 to 1914 at any cost. Issues for Germany and British response. Ooh, that's going to be fun to do. And then on, what do we have below that one? Because that's on 12. We're looking for something which is 11 or below. 11 or below. Ah, we have Maximus. Black Maximus, Congo's a Jutland. And now we're looking for 10 or below. What have we got on 10? What have we got on 10? Oh. We have 2 on 9. Early lessons of torpedoes. Mistakes don't always equal learning opportunities from David Forthwaite. And Black Maximus's alternate history. Fisher's courageous flying fish after the Japanese performance at Tsingtao. Fisher goes for carriers. So I'm gonna, because this is gonna sound terrible, I do not have time to add in an extra video of that level of research. So I'm gonna put a poll in the audience, in the scenario, and it's gonna be so I'm starting the poll. I'm going to run it for about 5 minutes. It's courageous class of builders carriers or torpedo issues. Whichever one wins gets it. I do have a personal favourite in that, but that's a personal favourite, and I always strictly follow the policy of not being guided by my own personal choice. What are the advantages of loose liner guns? Basically, if you've got a loose liner gun, it's easier to replace the liner, so it's easier for maintenance and replacement of liners. You don't necessarily have to remove the gun entirely to get the liner out and replace it on that ship. So theoretically, you don't have to do the whole removing barrel, taking away, heating it up, pulling something out, pulling it in, putting it in, and cooling it down. You can just, you know, leave it be and just pull it out. But there's issues as well in that it's not quite as strong a fix. But basically it's cost and ease of maintenance. So if the IJN are building over 15,500 ton cruisers with 10-inch guns, how much just change does that bring to their light cruisers post World War I? When are they building them? If they're building them prior to World War I, are they building them recent enough that they are going to be the basis of the cruiser scenario? Because if they're the basis of the cruisers requirements, that 15,500 tons and 10-inch guns are going to be the limitation put in place for cruisers, then that's going to change everything. Is going to be based around them. If they're not built recent enough that they are not going to be the basis, like the Hawkins class were, of the treaty tonnage, then it's not going to change a jot, really. Other than the Japanese are probably going to try and keep them around as long as they can, because they can modify those quite easily. RG, based on that Star Destroyer special, what caliber of guns would be mounted on a Star Destroyer if they had cannons of proportional size to a similar ratio to that of battleships? Okay. Their lengths are measured in kilometers. Okay. Their length is 1.6 kilometers. So the average length of a battleship is roughly 250 meters. So that's roughly 6.5 times the length, let's say. So you'd be talking, proportionally, if they had guns, you'd be talking 96-inch guns. Literally will be firing a semi-truck at someone. Quite literally. What if Italy joined the Allies in early September of 1939? Hitler cries. Because that's reinforcements for France coming up from the south. That's troops perhaps attacking over Austria, over the mountains into Austria, which he's denuded of defences to go and do the other things. And that means the British don't have to worry about the Mediterranean, so they don't have to deploy fleet units to the Mediterranean. So there's no such thing as illustrious, etc., going to the Mediterranean. None of those reinforcements to the Mediterranean take place. And, yeah, that means those forces are all available to support Norway, etc. And the various ongoing things which happen in the North Atlantic, which changes things in the North Atlantic dramatically. You can argue, actually, that Churchill's entire decision for the capital ships and carrier pause is based off the idea it's only going to be Germany. That it doesn't make sense if Italy enters the war to have done that. It doesn't make sense if the war expands in any way, shape or form to have done that because of the state the British capital ships and fleet was in. They hadn't had the time to do the workups. They hadn't had the funding in the 10-year rule to do more than basic maintenance and basic upgrades. There was no excuse to do it, except his idea was, oh, we're only going to be fighting the Germans, we can do this like we did last time. And they didn't really do it last time as well. If you remember correctly, the British, when they paused construction, and this is thanks to Battenberg, because Fisher and a few others were suggesting to Churchill to do a complete pause of construction, pause all battleships. Battenberg managed to get it down to just Agincourt of the Queen Elizabeth class being paused, and the 3 R-class battleships. So they had 5 R-class and 5 Queen Elizabeth class still being worked on, still were sort of going through various phases of their work, and those 10 ships are left. So they actually complete 10 out of the 14 or so they're building. That's the difference. That it's not the same as we're pausing everything, which is what Churchill pushed through. And that's the This is the point when people say, Battenberg just did whatever Churchill said, and you go, no, he didn't. He had to compromise, because Churchill is the First Lord of the Admiralty, and he's the First Sea Lord, and he's the political and the civilian head of it, and you exist to serve the civilian government. The civilian government don't exist to serve you. That's the joy of being in a democracy. It's a good thing. Because otherwise you end up in a military dictatorship, which is another form of authoritarian government. There are many ways to get to an authoritarian government. Some of it comes with political ideology, others of it comes at the point of a gun. There are so many different ways to get there, it's wonderful. But we try to avoid it. So yeah, he has to listen to him. Right, how's the voting going? 30 votes. If you're watching and you're not in the chat, but you feel like taking part in the poll, please just click into the chat and take part in the poll. You can do that. You don't have to join the chat. You don't have to chat away. Please do feel free to pop in and vote, because I know there are more people watching than have voted, and I like to make it as representative as possible. So, did I answer that one? Yes. Henry Buffer, if all German capital ships had only 105mm secondaries, would it be enough anti-destroyer cruiser fire? I would say so in World War One. In World War One, yes. In World War Two onwards, probably not. But World War One, yes. I think I was distracted by Scottish Nerd's question, and that's why I missed that one. So I don't know. How would World War II change if the 1913 the R class turned into additional Queen Elizabeth class battleships? The Royal Navy has a massive party, and also, if you have that many many Queen Elizabeth class battleships, you probably start upgrading them far more aggressively than you did historically. For example, Royal Oak would not be an upgraded R class; she'd be an upgraded Queen Elizabeth class, etc. And they might well push them for speed a bit more. Strangely enough, though, the R class probably had a better armor distribution than the Queen Elizabeth class. So ideally, what you want is something which had the Queen Elizabeth engine space and the R class armor to begin with. Henry Rover, 1st September 1939, all 6 portals open and Germany receives 6 H-39 class ships. How best could they use the Model 2? Panic. 1st September 1939, that portal opens and they get the 6 of them. They now have to find crews for them. They have to sustain them and they have to put the ports together for them. How could they, and they have to integrate them into their service, which means they're not going to have them available for at least 6 months. How are the Royal Navy in Britain going to react to that? Well, I doubt that capital ship pause happens. The Lion class are going to be accelerated as anything, so are the King George V's. 6 H-39s, that's not a fun scenario for the British. Let's get this. The H-39s, well, let's be honest, they were going to be 8 16-inch guns in 4 twins. They were going to be capable of 30 knots. They are pretty much, they're pretty much counterparts of the Lion class, and they're supposed to be diesel-powered with 12 diesel engines to give them 165,000 shaft horsepower and drive 3 screw propellers. They've got a 19-knot cruising speed and a range of 19,200 nautical miles at that cruising speed. A, they're scary as anything. B, the British are now moving around in pairs. And C, Coastal Command is going to be getting a bump. And also, those ships are going to be target numero uno for the Royal Air Force. The Royal Air Force is basically being told they can't replace those, destroy them. So that's how it changes things. And also, there's the fact is that actually there wouldn't be no pause. There would be no capital ship pause, because if they appear on the 1st of September, let's see. They passed their emergency budget on the 1st of September. They issued ultimatum free at night on 3rd of September. And they declare war on the 3rd of September. So, yeah, the first thing the British do is go into panic mode over their capital ships, and everything gets accelerated on the capital ships. And the Royal Navy submarines probably start getting withdrawn from the Far East about immediately, because their job is now going to be to watch the German ports, and if those things come out, sink them. So are there going to be aircraft? They're going to become targets numero unos. Haven't packed more books. I'm sorry, I keep being distracted by the cool questions. It's not my fault, Runon. It's not my fault, Paul. It's these cool questions. Who cannot fail to be distracted by them? So yeah, the questions are up though, and there's no new ones quite here yet. So before new ones arrive, let's find them. They can start building them. Also, do you have any idea where I'm gonna submit and put these? Because, wait, I'm running out of space in here for boxes. I'm running out of space in here for me. Are you living in a cup box? Are you living in a cardboard box? Yes, I think I'm living in a box. In a cardboard box. And I don't mean it in a rude to poor people, to people on the streets who actually are forced to live one. I just mean that I'm being surrounded by them. Oh, it's a nightmare. It truly is a nightmare. There we go. There's been no new questions yet. This is worrying me. But anyway, once I finished typing up this, I'm going to end the Q&A. Not the Q&A. I'm going to end the poll. Okay, so you got to until I've taped this up and made this box into a box. I'm going on Mastermind, special subject, packaging books whilst answering naval history questions. Would certainly be fun. Also a solid model. Almost a solid model. Oh. There's a solid mod wall going on. Right, and come on, more tape. You see, this is, I have to say, I want to say something to really demonstrate how great Drac is. Okay? And the rest of the ship-shape crew. Because we were discussing my moving, and they pretty much all offered, other than, yeah, who has more sense to offer, said, oh yeah, what we can do, to move you guys, we can hire vans and get you all down the country. And do you realise how many small van loads we have? Thank you, Jack Ray, for the memberships. Thank you for the memberships. And please note on this channel, by the way, memberships, super chats, in terms of the money received from YouTube, super chats, memberships, and super thanks, and all the things you do for that way account for about 80% of the money I get from the channel directly. And then there's Patreon, and once you add in Ko-fi as well, and Ko-fi is really important because that's one's quite cool because it comes directly to me. I don't have to do anything about that. The rest I will have to make sure come to me, but yeah, Ko-fi does come straight to me. But it's only small amounts, which is useful because it goes to my brew fund when I'm running Love Ryan Brew. You know, that stuff, it all sort of really does help keep the channel going and keep the books coming in. Which is useful. But no, all of them, all the ship-shape crew, I remember, were offering to drive it down to Cornwall. I think also the fact that, you know, it was said, but Gareth had done the maths. And when we did talk through it, how many, oh good lord, it's not just my books, and I'm going to be roughly 80 boxes of books. My mum is roughly the same, plus China, and all sorts of other knickknacks she has. My sister is not far off us. I think we might be totaling about 300 boxes of books alone. And that might be why we've booked a space for roughly... I think we've booked space for about 800 boxes equivalent on the lorries. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. PayPal is there as well, which does have the smallest fees. But I don't like saying that because, you know, Ko-fi is quite cool and it's kind of limited on the trouble with PayPal is some people get really, really generous in it and I then feel guilty. Because you have to remember, I'm trained in the academic scenario where you basically have to fill out 10 dozen forms to get the money for coffee back on a field trip when you've been taking students out, let alone anything else. Which is possibly why, and this is where I'm really, really naughty, I long ago gave up trying to ask for my money back from universities when it came to expenses. I basically just ignored that. Which also, I have to say, did free me up quite considerably. Oh, The Life of Frank Bullen, the Whaler. It's a really cool book. Because my colleagues would be getting very well going, we can't go to that really nice stop because they don't give us receipts. And I just go, I'm going there for it. I go, how are you going to go there? You know, you can't get a receipt. I'm going, yeah, the university never gives us back the money anyway. So what's the point in worrying about getting a receipt for the university? How am I going to fit this book in? No, it won't fit that way. In this book too big. It won't fit in the box. Oh, it's too big. It's too big. Ugh. Now those are carrier books. Now I can't seal this box up, but if I seal that box up, stick that box up there, then I could transfer those to that. And then they're already in a box, aren't they? Yes, they are. So yeah, I've got this as a cruiser as setting up. So let's go. Right, I'm going to end the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just watching to let it catch up with myself. And let's see where the poll results come in. And evil dolls. Look, Dan, the evil dolls are things which are causing you nightmares. They really are. No, I was ending the poll, getting the poll results. Courageous Glass got 57, so Courageous Glass it is. Courageous Glass for the 4th. So, what are these books? The Azores in 2 World Wars. Always fun to look at the Azores. We have that. That, and that. They'll go down there. Right, so. Might have boxed myself in. Just a tad. Just a tad. But give me a second. I have a cunning plan. historian crushed by avalanche of books. Books is a box. Box is a books. Books a box. Something. Custom book box. There's always a possibility. Oh, God. The idea that these are not light enough is completely mistaken. All my challenge coins. Don't lose those. I'm going to need to get some boxes out of here. Yeah, that's fine. That box is fine. It's good exercise for me. It's, you know, it's so, you know, I'm working on, what's his name? The really strong guy called Eddie, who drives a tank. Brain is failing me right now. He was on a video with a man versus with the beard meets food guy not that long ago. Oh, sheesh. Eddie Hall, that's it, isn't it? Look, Dan, I object to the idea you couldn't read yourself out. I feel I could read myself out of this predicament. I feel I could read myself out of this predicament. It would probably take a while, but I could. And besides, I have a doctor watching. If anything happened to me, your Hippocratic Oath means you have to come over and try and rescue me. Oh. And broader answer to the question, the Seneca era, how would the World War II change if the 920 R class would turn into additional Canoe class battleships? The Royal Navy probably go for more of a speed refit in terms of their their capabilities, and probably you'd have them being about 26 knot ships, if not maybe a little faster, and that's going to be cause fun. Alex. Office. Books. Lift at your own peril. No, I'm not writing that. I will get some of the fragile tape, don't put that away. In all those boxes, is there a book on boxes? There is actually somewhere. I kid you not, there is actually a book on boxes. It's on box construction in terms of naval box construction. So. I need to stop my knife keep being nicked. I need to stop having all my tools be nicked. Run. Eddie Hall, thank you. I got that myself, but thank you for putting it in there. Actually, another sci-fi question. What would happen in late 1930s if the time fault from SBY 2000, okay, it's down do, and technology to exploit its resources and potential production are handed to the Imperial Japan? Ouch and ouch. 2002, SBY 2002, 2202. Let's put it this way: with access to those resources and results, Imperial Japan might actually be able to win the battle, win the Pacific War. You never know; they might. Henry Riffer, why did the UK choose 45 cal 16s for the line, and only US and Germany built 52 cal and 50 cal 16 guns? Pretty much it's to do with barrel wear and how much is going to be repaired. And again, you have to always think the British are factoring in the reality of operating the outside of the world from their major industrial base. So whilst the 50 cal produces a longer range gun, it's also going to wear through quicker. The Americans have the advantage that they're either in the Pacific or Atlantic, and that's their home port, so they can go there. Whereas the British, if you think about it, if they're operating in the Pacific, their base might be Singapore, but can they do relining of the gun barrels there? Not easily. They have to They have to swap the barrels out there, send the old barrels home, get them relined, etc. So 45 cal tends to have a slightly longer barrel life in terms of liner life than a 50 cal, due to the pressures and wears of the shell going through it, if everything works to plan. French car, is the modernization of the Russian battlecruiser Admiral Nakhimov a waste of resources? If it was anyone else other than the Russians, probably yes. If it's the Russians, it probably makes sense, because let's be honest, they don't have many other things they can build that can do that role. So, yeah, they need status assets, and they need them fast. Because the Kuznetsov is not a status asset anymore, it's a walking joke. And now we leave this open, because this is naval history books, and this is stuff we need for actual work, mostly. Hang on, I'm going to need a Washington Naval Treaty for that. It's the US, don't need those. Do need that. Don't need that. So I want anything I do need to be high up in the box. Midway, don't need those or those for that. Right. Andrew Bofa, March 1940. If Germany have H-66 H-class battleships now with crew, what would be the best way to use them tactics-wise? Hunter packs. About 3 in a group. And sending them out. You can if you can, you want to alternate them breaking out into the North Atlantic. But it's going to be a few months, you know, if they have them, March 1940, they're going to want to use them as hunter groups. The British are going to want to have carrier formations with fast carriers with fast groups to hunt them down. So you probably have a really interesting scenario going on. And the British, the Royal Navy is probably staring at Churchill and going, if you try and pause any of our construction, we will not only mutiny, we will crush you. Probably that one, and then that one above that, and that one there. Well, hey. Oh. Oh. I think I'm going to fill this box up, and then I'm probably going to just be able to tie it up, because I'm not going to need any of this shouldn't need any of this in next week or so, a couple of weeks or so. None of it's those topics Do I need any of those more recently than that? Probably do, actually, because those are those. Hello. Laptops. And remove the laptops. Top there. Need to get them in a separate box. Preferably one that's not labelled laptop, so other people do not know that there's a laptop in them. Ooh, hello, you go there. Hey. So, I figured that with a limit of 15,500 tons, the Miyako Taiko would have 254mm. So that's 10-inch guns. And being over 16,000 tons and built at the same time, they were all... Original time I was asking if that changes the IJN light cruisers. Not really. Look, the thing is, your question isn't does it change IJN light cruisers. It changes the IJN cruisers, because you have to think about what were their true light cruisers and what were just cruisers they were building. And yeah, it changes things, but it's not going to change things as massively, because they still got the same infrastructure needs. So if they're building those ships that size, great. What infrastructure are they using to make that possible? Well, is that the same as their capital ship infrastructure? Is that taking from their capital ship infrastructure? Is there stuff instead of it? And most of the light cruisers are built to try and take advantage of infrastructure which doesn't require that same infrastructure. So there are limitations from that. For a box at fighting ships. 80, 90, 50. It's by Sam Willis. It's a massive book by Sam Willis. And there is... I don't think I'm going to be able to box it, but I think it does have redactions in. It has this lovely watercolour of HMS Warspite. I'm not sure if you can see. It's being hidden by the things, but yeah. There's a lovely watercolour of HMS Warspite after Jutland and where she was hit and damaged. And things like that in there. It's a wonderful book to have. It's absolutely gorgeous. And regularly, when he comes over here, I have to be very careful about where it's placed, because there is someone who covets it greatly. Covets it greatly and occasionally calls it their precious. We'll leave that to one side. That very disturbing scenario, but to one side. They're all over there. They're all there. They're there. Books down. Books down here. Yes. Okay. Battle of Tsingtao. Hey, follow me. Thank you. Battle of Tsushima. By Phil Carradine. It's worth a read. First theme. U.S. Marine Corps in the Pacific War. Very good for understanding their doctrine. Air Power at Sea, 1943 to 1949 to 1945 by John Whitten. 100 years of U.S. Excuse me, again, this way. You're getting distracted by the hassle of just being rude, camera. U.S. Naval Air Power, 100 years of it. Because the US Marine Corps are fun when it comes to their aviation since 1912, there are all sorts of books I have here because of Tuesday's video. What I'm probably going to do is, because that's as many as I can box up today, because those I need to do for that. If I stick this box up here open and slowly fill it in, then fill it up, then tie it up. That's probably me done with boxing for the day. And I can get in and out far slightly easier than I could beforehand. Woohoo! I don't have a big box sitting about here, which I have to jump over every 5 minutes. But that'll last for about 5 days, because those books, camera, Do me a favour. Go over there. No expanding out? Okay. So, over here, the books here, they've all got to be put in a box that I can easily grab from. Possibly a couple of boxes looking inside the books. This is going to be fun. And I have more books down there I need to do. I found some more. And I found some more other books as well. In the attic, in the garage. I don't think I have enough books. I really don't. I have space. My hat stand. Okay. Yeah, da 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 da. Oh. Excuse me. Hello? Thank you. How many books do I own that are not worth a read? Not many. I tend to be quite discerning with books. And that's it. If the British have a good working autoloader system, aren't people going to copy them? They will certainly try, yes. Look, it's like having fire control, the central fire control, beginning of World War One. It was implemented recently enough and actually came to fruition recent enough prior to World War One that the Germans didn't really have a chance to implement it properly during World War One. And so whilst they did have some ships with it, they had many which didn't. Autoloading, especially for heavy guns, is even more complicated than that. If you get an autoloader to work, and everyone's working on them to an extent, if you get an autoloader to work for a battleship, then you've changed the world. You've quite literally changed the world. And the costs are going to be a dramatic increase in terms of what people are going to think they need to do and what they want to do. So it's not going to be necessarily the easiest of choices, but yeah, you know, they implement it, they deal with it. That's it, basically. They just have to. It would just have to work. They'd have to figure out a way to make it work. And the other teams, they might make it. They might manage to get something to work, but it's going to take them time. And whether they get it implemented is, well, a whole other kettle of fish. If Doug Clarke had one shell for every book, would he have more shells than a cruiser detachment? Don't ask that question. I don't want to figure out the answer. I do not want to figure out the answer to that question. What is your favourite true strange and fiction story? The fact that 3 naked Canadians managed to jump on board and take prisoner a German U-boat. Because as they were coming down the ladder from the conning tower into the control room, no one thought to try and offer any resistance because there were naked Canadians coming towards them. Or rather, completely stark naked Canadians. Armed stark naked Canadians coming towards them. They literally had pistol belts on, and that was their only clothing. They'd literally run straight out of the shower. Yeah, that's the strange and the fiction one. Because honestly, if you wrote that, people would think it was a gag line. They'd think it was a comedy. If the Allen M. Sumners were 3,300... Potentially, sounds about right, but again, if your summoners are that much bigger, they might have a distributed mine laying capability, which might mean that your specialist mine layers have to be that much bigger. Scottish Note, was there a moment in the 1950s where the RN could have gotten a dual-purpose quick-firing gun from the US 5-inch? The Royal Navy were working on one. They had the 4.5-inch development, they had the 4.7-inch development. Before that, they had the 5.5-inch development and the 5-inch development. Honestly, the trouble is the Royal Navy needs to pick a lane. And they keep trying to develop multiple of them. And that's why they end up with the 5.25 and the 4.5 and the 4.7. So, yes, they could have, but that's mainly because they were trying to develop about 3 different ones rather than just focusing on one. And Henderson tried, and that's where the 4.5-inch development largely came from. And the trouble is they get the between-deck turret sorted out. That goes on capital ships and carriers. But the upper deck turret system, as you'd see on the Daring class destroyers, doesn't get sorted out until later. It could well be New 94. Blackman Maxus, Napier Sabre V7 engine with 3,500 horsepower, 4,000 HP, 3 speed, 2 speed. How does this change things, and would the US put it into the B-29? Potential for the B-29, certainly potential, but they might try and develop something even better. How does that change things? It means that in 1941, the British Armed Forces have won the horsepower war. They've won that battle completely. They've decimated the Germans and the Italians and the Japanese. And they are ahead. Just think of the Lancaster bombers. Think of the fighters that would be produced for the Royal Navy, for the Fleet Air Arm and the Royal Air Force. There'd be a bun fight over it. Henry Buffer, if Bismarck had Tirpitz, Hipper, and Deutschland converted to carrier as backup, and a Deutschland converted to carrier, how different does the operation go? The British adjust that. So if Bismarck waits for Tirpitz, that's going to be months later. Okay? So Tirpitz would not be ready till about July, August 1941. So you have the British have had that many more months to get things like Duke of York and Prince of Wales into service and battery fixed up. Hood into a refit. Renown and Repulse might have even had a refit. Who knows what other things have happened. So in that scenario, you could well be dealing with more carriers and more capital ships. So the odds are that they come out stronger, but the British response will be stronger. And so the difference is going to be you're going to have you're going to have a carrier battle in the Atlantic, and the carrier battle will then descend. It will be a sort of Matapan style scenario where you'll have a carrier battle, which will probably be between multiple carriers on the British side and the Deutschland conversion. And that will then, after that, then there will be strikes on the German capital ships. And let's be honest, if they strike the British capital ships, the British have more to bring in, so that's not going to change things. And at that point, the Germans are either going to be limping with a damaged carrier and damaged capital ship, or a sunk carrier and damaged capital ships, and it's going to then turn nasty when the British capital ships get in range. So basically, it's going to be Matapan-like. How many books do I own that are not worth a read? Not many, because I tend to not buy bad books, as I said. Nice one. Does 50% or 75% of the displacement of cannon class added to the original cannon class sound like what is to be considered World War warships Tier 10 cruiser Cerberus? Not the foggiest. Honestly, Knight 6831, I don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not the World War warships historian. They don't give me this kind of data. If you want to go chat, go ask Killabin that sort of question. Ask when we're in Armchair Admiral, when we're in Armchair Admirals. Ask us then when there are all that team to talk to. I have no idea of their stats page. I play the game. I enjoy the game. I do not look at it for my historical analysis. Don't take it the wrong way. There's some very real reasons why it's not a historically accurate game. For starters, the battleships actually have to get into what is knife fighting, not even knife fighting range. The battleships get into the equivalent of needle fighting range, let alone knife fighting range. Okay, it's not something I do. You know, I enjoy the game. I'm not going to do a historical analysis. It's kind of like Ultimate Adrenals. If I did a historical analysis of the opponent's ships, which the computer produced, I'd never end going, what the frigate are they on? That's why I build my own when I'm testing it. When I'm testing historical examples. Blackburn Maximus. How was USS Wasp CV7 longer on less displacement than the Majestic class carriers? Because of what's built internally. Its internal structuring. And armoring and all sorts of things. Knight 681. If the RN builds destroyers at 2,000 to 3,000 plus tons and sloops at low to high 2,000 tons, wouldn't that push the RN to developing frigates sooner? Frigates are a development of corvettes. And basically they're going, we want something bigger than a corvette, with more engine power and more survivability than a corvette, but we don't want to build it to full naval standards, so we're going to call it a frigate. So what you're talking about is a tonnage idea of pushing it, but in this scenario, maybe the corvettes start out as bigger. Maybe they pick a bigger design, or maybe they don't. And they might then still get the frigates quicker, they might not. It's going to be a range of things. There's also a scenario where they've got that, they might build destroyers to something more conventional design, to a historically sort of style pattern, and just build more of them. There are lots of options in a scenario where you add more tonnage. John Evans, do you have any contemporary to Dreadnought era naval architecture books? Down there. Down there. Nice second. So the IJN light cruisers remain unchanged, basically. CSN light cruisers would be changed with 10-inch gun armed New Orleans. Well, again, you're presuming the Americans changed them for that reason as well. The American heavy cruisers certainly changed. The light cruisers, I'm not sure about. But there again, the American looking at their light cruisers, what are they looking at for? They're looking at them for aggressive weapons. So they might change them. They're never worried about numbers, they're always worried about size. But the Japanese, to extent light cruisers, are also worried about numbers. So, yeah, and there's also the infrastructure differentials. The Americans can build massive infrastructure to build those ships. The Japanese don't have the capacity to build that massive infrastructure for light cruisers as well as everything else. Archie, based on the ideas in magazines circulating in the early 1900s, or the idea of landship, what would happen if Kaiser Wilhelm II was persuaded into building landships before the Allied army? If they worked, and were made reliable enough to work, then you might not have been able to hold up the German army where they were historically held up, because they'd have had the direct firepower and capability to resist the small arms fire to break through most of things like the Battle of the Mons, etc. So that means the Germans could have won. Especially if no one else has equivalent. Realistically, though, what you would have probably got would be, if the Germans started building that, the British would find a way to build an equivalent. And so you'd have an armour race between the British and the Germans going on, and the French jumping into it. But the British have more of an industry to build on from these things. It's good to GP. Following on Japan joins the Allies' all history. How is it going to affect the Soviet behaviour in the immediate post-war aftermath and transitioning into Cold War footing? Oh, it's going to depend. If they hang out of it, they're going to be the odd man out of the world. And when the world's getting divided up and people are deciding things, then the Japanese, Americans, and Brits are going to also deciding it, and Russia's not going to be involved, which is going to probably accelerate some of the scenarios of the Cold War. You also possibly get a scenario whereby if the Chinese nationalists have gone incredibly fascisti or German-Italian to try and get support, or have been played with and supported by them during the war to attack the Japanese in Manchukuo or something like that, you might have a very different policy developed towards China. It could be interesting, and or alternatively though, it could turn into a hang on, the Soviets are trying to take over and turn China communist, Japan, America, and Britain all funding the nationalists to help them win that war. It would be an interesting thing. It could go many ways depending on how Stalin plays it and how Churchill and the others play it. Also depends on who gets elected. You know, if British Prime Minister does change us historically to Attlee taking over rather than Churchill after the war because of the election results, he's going to have a different relationship with Yanai. But there again, if the war ends earlier, if the Americans haven't got involved as much, or only got involved at the end, only got involved because of a similar scenario as World War I, with their merchant ships being sunk by German U-boats, then you end up with a very interesting war. If Hitler makes the mistake of going, well, the British and the Japanese are not going to invade my land territory, so even though I've lost at sea, I can now advance into the Soviet Union because I control Europe, which I wouldn't put it past him, then you could end up with America. If Soviet Union comes in and you've got Japan and Britain all involved, British Empire all fighting Germany, then America could end up joining even before they've lost submarines, because they're just worried they're going to be out of the World Alliance. Because if those three end up with sufficient blood lost alongside each other, then America might worry about their position in the world afterwards. It's fun. I said I would suggest you as you missed this one last week, or I did not hear the answer. I'm reckoning you didn't hear the answer. Um, Are you talking about the British interesting? The British semi F-16, isn't it? The P1121. Hmm. It depends. If they get the Mach 3 version of the P1121, then so they get the really high speed Mach 3 version, and the Phantom is still Mach 2 point some 2.2ish, 2.2, 2.3ish. Probably one becomes an interceptor, one's a fighter, but honestly, you don't need both. You'd have one or the other. If you've got that one, you're not gonna get the Phantom. If you've got the Phantom, you're not gonna get that. So you wouldn't have both. They're too similar, really, in role and duty. But if they had them both, one's used as one's used as the Mach 3 interceptor, one's used as the general purpose fighter. Hendrik Bofa, with an added screws, how much speed could NORADs reach operationally? Well, if you'd wanted to, if they'd been designed as 4-screw or 3-screw ships with the power supply, etc. to match, and let's say if they used 33,000. In standard, they are 33,800 tons. So if they use their 1,200 tons extra to give themselves a third shaft, turbine, and the boilers to go with it, which you could look. They have 8 boilers for 2 shafts, so they have 4 boilers per shaft. Admiralty 3 drum boilers, and that gives them 45,000 shaft horsepower. You up the ship to 12. You've gone up to 67,000 shaft horsepower. That's 3 shafts. You up it to, let's say, you stick in the 4 shafts, and you have 12 boilers for those 4 shafts. I would not be surprised if you were able to get about 80,000 shaft horsepower out of it all, if you tuned it right. Because again, some of the factors is that the things behind the 4 boilers, etc., is to give them a bit of redundancy and all sorts of things. And I reckon you can probably get the ship up to 20. You can probably get them up to 27.5, 28 knots, if you're prepared to give them enough power, because they've already got to 23 knots. Okay. And there's a point when you're getting from 21. There's a certain point. There are certain big barriers. We don't know where they come from in ship speeds, but it's to do with actually cutting through the water. So hull design matters, but also terms of your power. And so they often say the power draw goes up like that, and sort of keeps doubling every now and again. But they're actually it's more of a case of, well, a little bit of extra power get you to there, a little bit of extra power to get you there, and then you want to get to this, well, you're gonna have to go bump. And a little bit extra power gets you to here, and a little bit extra power gets you to here, a little bit extra power gets you here. And you want to go to the next one up, you're gonna get a bump. So yeah, I'm reckoning you could get them up to 20. You could have got a Nelson design up to a 20 knot ship. there were designs for a 28-knot version. The F3 is sort of as close as we see those designs of them. We don't have all the designs for the that were considered the Nelrod design process. And remember, if Tirpitz was ready for the original date and other ships of Bismarck, how would Operation Rheinbund go? Well, Operation Rheinbund isn't as much a surprise as often marketed. The British are preparing for it because they're watching when the ships are ready. So if they're ready, then they're going to do their best to have as many ships as they can ready for it. How will it go? It's still going to get smattered. The realistic thing is, if you still only have King George V, Prince of Wales, and Hood ready, then instead of them splitting up into pairs with Victorious, the 3 capital ships stay together Victorious, and it's one hunting group, along with cruisers. They're going to use cruisers and aircraft to find them. The British are going to use night strikes to pin them down, and then they're going to come in and sink them. And that's the thing. That's what I'm going to do. Okay? It's very simple. The fact is, the British didn't do that because they thought they knew they were facing a battleship and a cruiser, so they were prepared to split up into pairs. But if they're facing 2 battleships, a cruiser and a carrier, they're gonna keep to at least 3 ships. And possibly they try and call up more. There is a very real chance they call up Renown and Ark Royal from Force H and have them race up to join them. Or move them up earlier when they think there's nothing of a chance of it, and send Nelson and Rodney down to secure Gibraltar. Because let's be honest, Nelson and Rodney will make sure nothing from the Italians comes out of Gibraltar. Ain't nothing going past those 2 if they're sitting there. So you could do that, and then Renown, Ark Royal are free to come up, and then you end up with a hunting group of Ark Royal, Victorious, Renown, Hood, King George V, Prince of Wales, potentially also call Repulse. But, you know, that's what you group together as your ships as much as you can, and you take in overwhelming numbers. That's what the British were doing at Denmark Straits. That's what they operate on. So, yeah, there is no scenario which is good for them. The main problem is that Charnos and Gneisenau had got back, and they got back by going into the French ports, and the British hadn't been sure if they were going to be welcome in the French ports. The fact they got back showed they were, and that meant the British closed off that route. That was one of the things various forces were manoeuvring to do, to close off the chance of getting back to the French ports. There were all sorts of submarines and things in the way. There is no scenario which ends well for the Germans here, other than not going out to fight. You can change the forces around as much as you like. You can add in all sorts of extra forces. The British have more to call upon. And this is going to be important enough they're going to call them in. It's going to take priority over other things that are going on at the same time. You might even find the Americans pushing out the neutrality patrols even more to spot what's going on. Black Maximus, how do you think a tension wire could have been added to an all-metal monocoque torpedo plane like the Avenger or Kate? Okay, so here is the thing. If you want to add a tension wire to an aircraft and torpedo one, it's also not got to the very big problem is if it starts to drag the torpedo along behind the aircraft. Because then it will cause it to break either prematurely or cause it to do interesting things in the wind and in the air before it hits the water. So this is one of the reasons why the biplanes have it. If you want to do similar operation with torpedoes going in low level and dropping it so they're a shallow dive from a fast moving aircraft, you're going to need some form of chute apparatus. Okay? You can try with a tension wire. It was tested. It didn't work that well. They tried it on the Barracuda. I think they did some testing, and when they were initially working on the Barracuda as well. And it didn't really go well. So yeah, I think probably they end up going with shoot system for a faster aircraft. And you might be thinking, well, hang on, does it have time to deploy? You have to arrange it so the chute is immediately deployed. So there's no waiting for the chute to deploy. The chute deploys the moment it's clear from the aircraft. And it's already out. And does it have an impact? It has enough of impact. It has to remember break off when it hits the water, because otherwise it's going to foul torpedo. So it's not exactly an easy system as well to implement, but you can do it. That's ignorant. What is the point of a 35 to 39,000 ton large cruiser? Well, if you're in a world of 70,000 to 80,000 ton battleships, that's probably the sweet spot of something which is cost effective for doing the heavy cruiser roles. It may or may not exist. It's going to depend on a lot of factors of what they're doing. It honestly is going to depend on a lot of factors. Oh, they do, certainly. Tucky definitely goes off and studies a lot before he tries to... He gets into conversations with me. What's going on here? What have I missed in the chat? There's a whole discussion there. Sit and have a drink, please. Yes, I'm sitting and having a drink, don't worry. Hi, Night Heron Productions. Wasn't there a Fulsome Arm that got Hood called out of Scarborough Flow a month prior to events made known? Yeah, there was all sorts of... And basically, they were on high alert for quite a while before it actually happened. So the same number of boilers of the Iowa class, but less than 25% of the power. If you think about it, the Iowas have the fruit of the late 1930s boiler design with the pressure of them. The Nelrods have the fruit of the mid 1920s boiler design with the pressure of those. There is a difference going on there in terms of the power you can get out of the boiler. RG, would the Kaiser and the Army go for landships we know as tanks, or would the Army try and undercut Navy with landships more equivalent to something like a Kaiser class? Well, I think they'd love something like a Kaiser class, but I think they'd actually end up with tanks. Because there's a practicality of actually making something that will actually work and not sink into the ground. As the Germans found in World War II, the mouse was beyond that limit. There is a limit to what you can do with the technologies available at the time, and prior to World War One, it's even worse. So no. You've all, I presume, seen the German World War One tank. It does look like a steel train carriage with some guns poked out of it and tracks underneath it. And that's pretty much what they probably built something not too dissimilar to that. Am I going for another box tonight? No, because... Look, I'm gonna do this, unlock, and do this. I'm already up to there, okay? The books behind here are all books I'm using this week, so they're going to all be open boxes. So I haven't got that many spaces for open boxes. So I will have to sort that out tomorrow at some point. I will probably do that tomorrow afternoon, figure out where I can stick the open boxes. But also, I need to move some of these boxes out of here so I can get at stuff behind them. So I've reached that level of boxing. Doubling the speed requires cubing the power, pretty much. How much more appealing would a 16 to 20,000 ton Colossus and 18 to 22,000 ton Majestic be over a 16 to 19,000 ton Independence class Naval? To who? Who's operating them? Who's looking at them? Why do they want them? If they're just to me, honestly, I do prefer the battle lines on the Majestic class of the Majestic class to the Independence class, but that's personal preference. To whom is this more appealing to? Or less appealing to? You're quite right, Melanie. Rough rule of thumb is doubling the speed requires the power to be cubed, roughly. If the Cleveland-based Independence class were 16,000 tons, and so, how much change with these classes over the historical design? Well, let's face it, when you're building ships which are that much different, you're not building the historical design, are you? This is the problem, Knight, with the basic premise of a lot of your analysis on these things. You're presuming that the same ships, in terms of names and sizes, are being built. Well, the thing is, they might actually still build the ships as they were originally designed because of the functions they want to do them to do. They might build them using different sizes. They might build something bigger and have it do different functions. So it's probably going to change quite dramatically vis-a-vis of what it's going to be. So once you get into changes big enough to have that as an ongoing function, you have not got anything to rely on. Remember, with alternate history, I often come to an end at a certain point. I go, look, I can't predict beyond here. And you'll notice when it was doing the Louis and Battenberg, I can sort of talk you through World War I at sea, how it affects the land battles, I wasn't going to get into. Gallipoli, I could work out, but, yes, you can sort of do that, because, again, he could work with the army. And I could sort of think, well, if Agincourt is completed as he really wanted, and the Arles are completed, and then the Admirals become fast battleships with probably, if the Agincourt is as I think it is 18-inch guns, then the Admirals would be 18-inch guns, they'd be 8 18-inch fast battleships. You then have 4 ships of 45,000 tons and 5 ships with 18-inch guns in existence by the time of the Washington Naval Treaty, no matter what's been laid down after them. And as well as that, you probably have whatever the Americans lay down as response as well, which will also have 18-inch guns. Now, I can't really predict much beyond the Washington Naval Treaty in that scenario, can I? Because I can get to there and go, well, how's the Washington Naval Treaty going to go? Probably it's going to go the thing of, well, we're going to have to let everyone in for 18-inch guns, because the Americans will be building an 18-inch gun ship, and they'll probably have one in service, because let's be honest, the Colorados, if you consider they were started after Agincourt would have been seen, so will they build 16-inch gunships, or will they build an 18-inch gunship? Who knows? This is America, it could go either way. At the height of World War I, when they're starting to get involved, so they actually have funding, so might go for an 18-inch gunship. And then you've got Japan. Are they going to settle for having a 16-inch gunship in an 18-inch gunship world? No, they're going to want 18-inch. And so, the impact, and if they're 18-inch fast battleships, which is what I think they're going to be, we were talking 28-knot plus ships with 18-inch guns, that's going to change things again. So it's going to change all the criteria. So can you predict past the Washington Naval Treaty? If there is a Washington Naval Treaty, probably is. Probably the same factors will apply. But it's going to change the treaty standards. What's the treaty standards going to be? Potentially 45,000 tons as the standard displacement limitation. And 18-inch guns. In which case, Nelson and Rodney, if they exist, are not going to be the same. If they exist. But the British have 5 such ships in the service. The Americans and Japanese may not have enough ships. If the Americans want to have equivalent numbers to the British ships, the British might go, well, you can get that, but you have to let us build some ships as well. And who knows what deals are going to come through. So I cannot predict. And you've got a scenario where these tonnages have been blown up tremendously from an earlier point. Well, that's going to change the class which comes next immediately, but that's going to change what's built in response to it by the other powers under those same treaties, which is then going to change what's built in response to what those other powers build, which is then going to change what's responsible to that. So you end up with a completely different scenario coming about. So when you are looking and asking these questions, you're asking, well, you know, everything, we've changed this huge, massive thing, but somehow things have stayed the same. It's you're asking me a question which no one can really answer. I can try and give you a judgment, but honestly, it's worth nothing, really. Did you see the remaining A7V on the L-strip? We saw so many things. We saw so many things. I do have a plan. Listen, how much does the Clemenceau class change if France has used one 21,000 ton Colossus and two 90,000 ton impounds? Well, I expect them to be bigger. That's the first thing. They're going to be bigger. The Clemenceaus are going to be bigger. And if they're bigger, they're going to be more capable. They're also probably going to have potentially bigger aircraft in them because, again, if you've got the space, do you design for bigger aircraft? Or do you carry more of the existing aircraft? You can make that judgment call. If you've got bigger aircraft, that's going to affect your carrier operations even more. That's going to affect lift size. That's going to affect how you structure your catapult, how you structure your landing systems. So yeah, there are lots of factors here, but it's probably safe to say they would be bigger if the previous ships had been bigger. Andrew Bofa, Bismarck or Tirpitz? Transfer fuel between them if one of them had a fuel bunker leaking and happened historically. Did the block force leave because 2 fuel carriers made it to Hipper? And the Brest? There are a range of things which we're monitoring. If Bismarck and Tirpitz are transferring fuel between them, that's great, but that means that Bruships is only one of them is damaged in that way. What is the difference in construction for a ship built in dry dock versus a slipway, like time ease of construction? If you're building in a dry dock, you are not building to go through the strains of a launch or from the slipway, so you're not going to have to go do and take the motion. You can be a far more gradual launch. I said it's a float up and launch rather than a... The thing is, you are far more restricted in a dry dock by the dimensions of the dry dock than you are on a slipway. A slipway is far easier to extend, usually involves knocking down houses, whereas extending a dry dock involves actually building stuff, and widening a dry dock is even worse. So there's fors and against with both options. There's also the fact that with a dry dock you have more of a confinement on the sides, etc., and spaces to get access to it as you're constructing it, so you have to build from the bottom up and top down, sort of in a way of you're loading the stuff in from above and bring in. Whereas if you're building on the slipway, you can bring stuff in from the side and you can slot it in different ways. If you look at the construction, most modular construction, if it's taking place in a dry dock, they have to be far, far more certain of the alignment of the that they have to be far more careful in some regards of putting in the weights of the modules they're adding in, because of the way they're having dangling and hazard bring them in because of the hazard. Whereas if they're building on a certain way, they can add the sections in from the side. Take care, Leslie. Congratulations again on the archery today, and sorry you did a Robin Hood again. Stop spending that amount of money. It's not good. Not good to spend £100 on an arrow. Although we are going to set up at some point a patron to support your shooting. That's how we're going to do it. We're going to set up a patron fund to support Leslie with to help him deal with Robin Hooding. Trouble is, he's got so good at repeating and doing the accuracy. He literally is splitting the bow. Hello, Thomas. Calvin Gasberg. Speaking of the Kaiser's tanks, what if the Austro-Hungarian army adopts the 1911 Motorgeschichte from Gunther Burschen? It's going nowhere. Let's be honest. Their options are, where are they going to use it? In Yugoslavia against the Serbs? They don't probably need it. And it's not going to work well in that terrain. Mountains versus Italy? Do you really want to take it up in those mountains? No. Pretty much your option is to hope that the Germans buy it, because maybe they can use it on the Western Front or against the Russians, but the Austrians don't have to fight the Russians that much. Andrew Buffer, did the USA really offer to Germany to buy ships from them if they agreed not to build Deutschlands? If they took such a deal, would they have had a tech impact? Not that I have ever seen any proof of. If someone can show me documentation, not well, he said there was a wink wink nudge nudge offer. If someone can actually show me actual documents from an actual meeting between actual government officials making such actual discussions, and how it would be, I can to an extent see that. But also, again, why would they? The Germans were allowed to replace their coastal defense ships, and pretty much that's what they were doing. They were replacing pre-dreadnoughts with these things. And again, the Americans weren't really that bothered by them. The Americans had their own things going on, their own interests. They're not really... it's sort of a case of... the scenario is... it doesn't fit with any country really doing that. It really doesn't. Would it be right that if Prince of Wales was 70 to 80,000 ton super battleship, she'd be attacked more if it was a super battleship, Prince of Wales and battlecruiser repulse off Malaya? Well, she'd certainly be a larger target, so she'd be a more attractive target, so to be going after her. But she'd probably have more firepower on her as well to fight back with. Who knows what she has? So, an idea for a collab video track. A visual representation of difference in line, field of sight, from the varying spotters with lookout platforms or ship classes via the use of the drone. That could be fun. Tried to explain it to my dad as it probably is 135 feet above the plane in regards to what's visible from the dining room post to what's visible from the sea level at Marina. That's a good one. That's right. How true is it that the width of the Panama Canal was a deliberate tactic to make naval operations more difficult for European powers? It's as wide as they could build it with the technology at the time and the money they were prepared to spend. That's limitations, not anything else. Anything else is a pipe dream by someone who wants to read more stuff into it. I'm still waiting for the Bromhead book to come out on the Panama Canal and Suez. He's talking about the three canals, Kiel, Suez, and Panama. The three great ship canals. Listen, would I be wrong to think the British couldn't build up to 70 to 80,000 ton super battleships? What's your reason for them not being able to build that many? Or build as many as they want to build? Where is your idea of limiting them coming from? Because you're talking about a scenario where everyone's kept building battleships and no one's had a limitation put in on them. So that means the infrastructure is going to have grown with the battleships. The investment is going to have grown with the battleships. At what point does that suddenly magically become Britain can't build this really big type of battleship? Because who's more likely than Britain in the 1920s and 30s to invest the money in building those big super battleships? That's the reality you're dealing with. So any scenario where you've got no Washington Naval Treaty, no London Naval Treaty, and that's one of the questions that's been asked coming through, and they are building ships and it's going up with the ships are going up in a qualitative race. Yeah, that the infrastructure is going to match them. Hendrik Bofa, how different would the Lion class 1950 have been from the King George V? The 1938 design was 30 knots, 4 shafts, 4 steam turbines, 130,000 shaft horsepower thanks to 8 boilers, and the turbines set up to support that. Whereas the King George V had 110,000 shaft horsepower, 4 shafts, 4 turbines, 8 boilers again, and only 28 knots of speed. So pretty much they have the same engine layout, but the Lions are designed to get 20,000 shaft horsepower more out of it thanks to refinements made and some investments in some of the technologies around them. Leslie, you're very good. Don't say anything less. Take care, Verdun. Sleep well. Climax, what would the US reaction be to Canada constructing flotilla destroyers and 40 Canada-class cruisers in the 1920s? Oing? Their reaction probably would be, we have battleships, we're not too worried, but it's going to be a case of we're going to match those of our own cruiser construction. And probably if they see the Canadians put half a flotilla on each coast, the destroyers, and 2 cruisers on each coast, they're going to realise they're about defending Canadian interests and working with the Royal Navy, especially, not anything else. So they're probably not going to be that worried. They're going to mainly try and use them as justification for building more of their own ships, but not in a case of we're worried, in a case of can we get Congress to pay for this. Speaking of something that's all bugging, why is the St. Lawrence Seaway not the Seaway, the canal, not the Seaway? I think the answer is because it's not. I think it's just the naming. Basically, everything else that preceded it were canals, and they decided to make it the St. Lawrence Seaway, or Le Voie Maritime du St. Laurent, because it but it's not a continuous canal, but it's mostly a mixture of canals and navigable channels, and therefore it's something special, and also it was special for marketing. So it's more of a marketing ploy than anything else, if that makes sense. The amount of comments I get about Hearts of Iron 4, I really should probably get that game and play it, but yeah, I don't have the time at the moment. I'm spending my morning tomorrow morning dealing with lawyers and clearing up a model railway. I said, is the Queenless of Rebuild and King George V superstructure built on lessons from the Nelsons? Pretty much, yeah. Anyway, would it be fair to say that King George V class did not have adequate torpedo protection, or were Japanese torpedoes OP? Neither. Neither. Look, all torpedo defenses have certain weaknesses, and usually those weaknesses are going to be in places where you need to have things go in and out of the hull, i.e., where the prop shafts go in and out of the hull. And it was just unlucky. There's also a scenario that they just got so many attacks and so many hits, and they were in a scenario where they had no help. Look, Force Z is in a place it's not supposed to be, operating under a scenario it really shouldn't have been operating under, with the false ideas of whether or not there was actually fighters on call, because when the RAF had been talking about, the RAF were concerned about strike aircraft and they weren't available, so they said there's no air support available, and the air support the Royal Navy was interested in was air defence and fighters. So there was actually a squadron available to be called, they just didn't know it, so they didn't call them, try to call them. There is so many problems with Force Z as a structure. Yeah, that's the issue. There's not a problem with the torpedo defense of the King George V's on that level as it being chronically bad, and the Japanese torpedoes aren't chronically good. The Japanese torpedoes are very as good as you'd expect for the scenario, and as good as you'd expect from a nation that's invested as much money into torpedoes as they have. And the torpedo defenses on the King George V worked as often as you expected, as they were. If they were hit in the right place, they were fine. If they're hit in the wrong place, like with all battleships, ouch. It's the same with HMS Ark Royal, although in her case, some counter flooding and having actually sort of following the doctrine and established standards for how you do counter flooding in a carrier, rather than trying the whole "it's only the enemy who lets water into my ship" routine, which was the policy on cruisers and battleships, but not on aircraft carriers because of their metacentric height. She wouldn't have been lost either. And then we'd be having a nice long conversation about how they fixed her torpedo defences and whether it was worth it. I've got such a bad case of head hair going on underneath this, I'm not taking off now. And that's what I'm saying. In the 30s, the Knights Admiralty invested in infrastructure somewhat, e.g. arm manufacture. How much more did they want compared with what the evil treasury would allow? Well, let's not say nice and evil, let's be honest, differently motivated. But if they were going to invest in armour, if they could invest in armour manufacture, then you could accelerate King George V's and a few other things production by possibly a year. Because the long lead items have to be ordered so earlier, and so many things have to be lined up to get them to work. So, that's the thing. How much more could they have? They could have kept... It's not so much a case of putting new stuff in, it's stopping stuff closing. So actually it's cheaper than you think. It's not building facility infrastructure, it's maintaining infrastructure. And maintaining companies through enough orders to keep them going. So, yeah, if you've done in 20s and 30s, ordered enough ships to keep those yards going... enough armour to keep those yards going for various things. Let's say you suddenly decided to do a rush of building turrets for sea defences around the Empire or something like that. So requiring armour, etc., and all those things to be built for them. You could have maintained 2/3 of the pre-World War I industry, probably without too much effort. And by that I mean you'd have maintained a kernel of people who knew what they were doing and enough manufacturing capacity to rapidly expand it to being able to equal the output of 2/3 of the pre-World War I production facility. Take care, Dan. Get some sleep. Take care of yourself. Now, almost revising earlier question, could Canada build 2 flotillas of destroyers and 8 county class 1927 infrastructure upgrades, and what would the US reaction to it? They could probably build the destroyers. The county class would have to probably be ordered from the UK. Or at least 4 of them would be. And then they could maybe get 4 built in Canada. And the flotillas are destroyers. That's 9 destroyers for each flotilla. That's 8 destroyers and 2 flotilla leaders, basically. 8 destroyers and 1 flotilla leader for each flotilla. So that's 18 vessels. Again, probably they would have to order some of those 18 vessels from the UK, probably about 6, and then they could build 12 in Canada. And it would be at the yards, which are probably subsidiary of British major shipbuilding companies, which would be set up in Canada to build those yards and to run those facilities and set them up. But once they're set up, they could maintain those yards quite easily. Again, though, you need to keep something to keep them going, so you probably keep ongoing sloop production going or something like that. How true is it that without the treaty we'd see cruisers hitting Alaska size? I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking 20,000-ton cruisers. Because usually there are large cruisers which are about half the size of capital ships, and if the capital ships are getting 45,000 tons plus, then the cruisers are going to be getting to 20,000 tons. Easily. Because normally the cruisers are actually, quite often in history, the cruisers were actually bigger than the battleships in terms of the length and their size. Because they have to be, because they're going to do cruising rather than being built around maneuverability of battle. They're more than likely going to get up to Alaska size. But that's going to be some of them. There's also going to be a portion of them which are going to be a lot smaller. Without the treaty causing a truncation of cruiser construction, you probably end up with the pre-World War I cruiser construction sort of paradigm continuing with the mixture of armoured. Historically, you had battle, armoured, light cruisers, and scout cruisers, right? Well, you would probably continue on with the battle cruisers now going up into the capital ship scenario, and they're doing that role and that size. So you probably have something come in and replace the armoured cruiser in terms of name. And that's going to be a big cruiser. Then you're going to have your light cruiser, which is going to be your middle-ranking cruiser, and then you're probably going to have scout cruisers carry on, and that's going to be your split of your numbers. But isn't the Panama also locks and navigation proportion? Well, yes. Although the fourth Great Canal would be better for marketing for the Anglosphere, no? Not really. If you want to make it stick out, you call it something different. It's named now. You're not changing it. Rebranding these things never really works in the end. Listen, would I be wrong to think that some of the ship sizes that Treaty have wanted to avoid, like cruisers hitting bottom of size or our Yamato, were inevitable if you were the size of you're the British Empire? They're inevitable in the world they're in, yes. Listen, why would a Hawkins plan to be downgraded to a 6-inch light gun light cruiser? So you could get rid of the 7.5-inch guns. Logistics, my friend. And you could increase the firepower, so you could... They were thinking they could go up to 4 twin turrets. Maybe 5 twin turrets. Or 6-inch guns. So anyway, when is the next UAD stream? Next Saturday? Or Sunday? Possibly there'll be one on Friday. Possibly. It's going to depend on how busy I am. I keep planning on doing one on a Friday, and I keep having life interfere. Right, it's now almost 11 o'clock. So I'm going to say... I'm going to do this till 11 o'clock, so 2300 hours, which is about another 15 or so minutes away of broadcasting time. Okay, so there's about 15 minutes more. Just a heads up, there's about 15 minutes more. Because then I will have done 7 and... well, hang on. How long was the Twitch stream earlier? Let's just check. How long was the Twitch stream earlier? Let's see. It was... Um... 3 hours and 24 minutes long. Let's see how that works. And then this one's going to be about 4 hours. So I will have done 7.5 hours of broadcasting today. I think that's going to be enough for anyone to have seen me today. And I apologise now for those who that's causing trauma to. Because I've looked at me in a mirror and, goodness gracious me, you're unlucky. RG, what would have changed at Midway if a B-17 had been down by flak and dived into an IJN carrier? Well, that would have been an IJN carrier that would have sunk. And which IJN carriers would be worse and best to kamikaze? Any IJN carrier is something you do not want... well, that does not want to be kamikazed. Let's be honest, if they get kamikaze, they're in a lot of trouble. The IGN are not... their ships are built to maximize air group numbers and air strength. They're not built to maximize the individual survivability. So, yeah. And at Midway... which one do they have? Do they have that one? Ooh, let's see. Honestly, Hosho or Zuiho are probably the worst because they're the light carriers, and let's be honest, Hosho is 1922 edition, so her getting hit by anything like that is not going to be good. But honestly, any of their carriers, Soryu, Kagu, Hiryu, or Akagi get hit, you're in trouble. And that's That's interesting. Let's be honest, that battle, you're pretty much talking what's available in the 1940 scenario. I don't know. But also, if the Japanese lose a carrier to a B-17 doing that, they might well change their operation. It's going to be coming of how do they react to losing a carrier. They then know the Americans are out there in force. Do they withdraw? Do they get hit and do they withdraw? If they do that, maybe they say that their force is saved to fight another day and there's another battle, and Midway never happens. So instead of relying on Norway for iron ore, the Royal Navy convinces Parliament to invest in the Canadian foundries and production as booster shipyards for in-depth maintenance. Does the Battle of Narvik still take place? Down. The Royal Navy's not reliant on Norway for iron ore. The British produce their own iron ore and have their own foundries and do their own work. The Germans are reliant on Swedish iron ore to an extent for all their finest work, and that's why the British are interested in Narvik. And it's a useful top-up for the British. The British will not complain to have the high-quality Swedish iron ore coming out of Narvik heading to them instead, because no one would complain about that. It's kind of a win-win scenario. Not only do you deny it to the Germans, you get to have it yourself. That's the dream, you know? You've taken off your enemy and turned it into a benefit for you. What do you do with it? Who knows? But high quality iron ore, you don't have to do much. You know, you can use far more easily than the stuff you can get from most places. And as for the Canadian stuff, they were investing in that, and that's why the Canadians were building so much in World War II. Just look at how much the Canadians build. For their population size, they really do equip a lot of the world's forces. And especially the Russians should be incredibly thankful to Canadians. How much alarm did the county class schools US send? Not a lot, really. They just built their own ships. You have to remember, the Royal Navy balanced on concentrated on building a more balanced ship with 8 guns. The Americans concentrated on a scout cruiser with 9 guns. And that was basically both for building to their own needs. If the Royal Navy and Americans had been actually worried about each other, you'd have seen some form of competition taking place. In terms of quantitative competition, it's a qualitative competition. They're not worried about each other. They're not really worrying about it at all. You know, this is the reality you're dealing with in 92. This is why when someone writes, there could have been war between America and Britain, and I go, so what's going to start it? Because they don't have a quantitative race going, they have a qualitative naval race, and that's a very different thing. That's national pride and ego stroking. And let's see how many other things they have going on, which they didn't. And this is the trouble when you get into people go, naval race, bad, that can lead to war. No, it doesn't. A quantitative naval race can be bad and can lead to war. A quantitative arms race of any kind can be bad and lead to war. Just look at the Cold War. That's the thing they were scared of. Not the qualitative race, the quantitative race. And that's when you start looking at the SALT treaties and other things where they're concentrating on limitation of things you can do a quantitative race with. Because, let's be honest, with ICBMs, it doesn't really matter how many you have. If you can kill the world 3 times over or 5 times over, it doesn't matter. The world is still dead. What matters is cruise missiles. What matters is those smaller weapons, which you can build up huge stockpiles of. Conventional and nuclear. And biological, and those things can cause trouble. Things which could potentially overwhelm you before you could launch and deal with things. If they are deployed in sufficient quantities. So that's why the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaties focus in on them. Black Nexus, in a scenario where Canada does build, like in my earlier question, how much would the UK and Royal Navy help out, such as cost, shipbuilding experience, gun ammo production act? Huge amounts. It'd be the same as Australia. Basically a blanket check to pretty much all those other than probably costs. Then there'd still be some. There'd still be a case of you're leaning into the RN's strategic scenario and you're crewing, and there's going to be you're basically going to be integrated into the Royal Navy like the Australian Navy is, and etc. So it's Royal Canadian Navy, Royal Australian Navy. All these things will be, they're basically it's one Royal Navy as far as officering and crewing it goes. You might be RCN, you might be RAN, but you will just as likely find yourself serving on a Royal Navy ship as a Royal Australian Navy or a Royal Canadian Navy ship to build up your experience pool. Yeah, the naval history naval Canadian history Mark II might not be as far off as you think. We're getting messages. We're getting a lot of people asking us to come back. Let me say, my nukes go boom better than yours, and I have some more of them. Yeah, well, my nukes don't land 3 miles away. They don't do them when they go boom closer. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Okay, once you're dealing with the level of ICBMs, the quantitative race goes all the way up. Take care, Richards. I don't think calling it the St. Lawrence Canal is going to boost tourism. I think calling it the St. Lawrence Seaway Cruises is going to boost tourism, and actually getting the cruises back running and being promoted would be quite good, because they used to be quite cool cruises. I know, because an aunt of mine loves doing cruises. Nice turn. Question 40. With the keys and number 13s, weren't the Japanese trying to do what HMS Dreadnought did? Just about the industry to support them? No, because they also had an idea that in that time period the Americans and British might build something to match them. The Japanese do not believe they're constructing in a isolation chamber. They don't believe that. They know they are constructing and others are constructing as well. They have plans. It's more a case of ideas for their own infrastructure and how they're going to need to grow it, rather than necessarily that they presume they're going to be doing a dreadnought moment. So can't blame the guy. Yeah, I know. Scottish Nerd. Final one from me tonight. With the Agincourt fast battleship at 45 battleships at the Admiral class battleships at 45 to 50,000 tons, would that make Agincourt arguably the last Royal Navy battlecruiser? No, because she would be a fast battleship. She'd just be the first generation. So you have to remember, she's a 6-gun ship, is my theory. So 6 guns, 28 knots, lovely. But basically, she would be armoured and outfitted and would have the armour coverage and subdivision of a battleship. Well, a fast battleship. So slightly looser than a dreadnought battleship, but not anywhere near, not a battlecruiser level. And basically the admirals would be taking that idea and scaling it up. So it would be kind of like a Queen Elizabeth class is going into a true fast battleship. They might even be the same length as the Admiral class were originally, but they'll probably be slightly beamier. And as said, slower by about 4 knots. Because Hood's 32, 33 knots. They would be 28 knots, more than likely. Maybe a little bit more, but, roughly around that. And 8 18-inch guns in 4 twin turrets. Plus probably about... Well, if you consider, traditionally they have a 13-inch armor belt on a 15-inch gun. On a 80... Let's see what we've reckoned getting, because I'm just doing the weight, the poundage of armor. you're probably talking maybe 16 inches of armor required in terms of thickness for equivalent thickness and coverage of a battleship of the grade of. And actually, hang on, that could be an armor. That could be an issue for Agincourt's construction, making 16 inches of armor at that time. Oh, now that could be interesting. That could be a, if it was roughly 16 inches of armor. 15.6 roughly is, we're talking historically it's 14.7 on the that's designed for 16-inch guns. You got 13 inches for the roughly the 15-inch guns, 14.7 for 16-inch guns, 15.6 for 18-inch guns makes roughly sense. 15.6 to 16-inch. Yeah, so 16-inch armor, but it'd be battleship grade coverage, not a battle cruiser. So basically, the difference between a battleship and a battle cruiser is subdivision inside the hull, i.e. how the honeycomb structure is in terms of the internal hull structure, but also the armor coverage. Not how thick the belt is, but how deep the belt goes, and whether there's other belts below it, and how much of the coverage it is, and how thick the deck is, etc. There's a lot more to it than it being, oh, this is a battle cruiser, or or battleship. They've got working out sort of rough things. If it's built as a battleship, which it was being built as, then it's going to have battleship level coverage. So no, it would make it the first fast battleship rather than the last battle cruiser. Even battle cruiser single word. Vacuum. I felt isolation chamber was more fun to use as a phraseology. I know the traditional phraseology is vacuum, but I felt isolation chamber was more fun. So why wouldn't the RN post-war, if they had over 70,000 plus ton super battleships, not start removing air guns? They may remove them, they may not. It's going to depend. What is the world like post that war? What are they looking at? What's the scenarios going on? What are they replacing those guns with? What are they organising the ship around? You've changed a huge amount of the war. The size of the battleships, the size of all these things going in, the size of the carriers. Honestly, how's that changed the Soviet reaction to them? How's it changed the battleship's performance in the war? How's it changed what's happened? Are they still somehow holding on to their status symbol? Are they now joint capital ships with the fast battleships, joint capital ships with the aircraft carriers, rather than being seen that the aircraft carrier has supplanted the battleship in some way? In which case, are the Soviets building some more effort and putting more effort into building theirs than they did historically? In which case, do you have to maintain a closer to war readiness rather than being fitted for but not with a large part of your AA section because you've shut your crew down? You might keep the ships fully crewed. You might not. A lot of the reductions in armaments post-war are done because of the reality of providing crew for all those weapon systems to maintain them and operate them. When in wartime, because wartime crew strength versus peacetime crew strength. But that's the scenario. If you're staying on a stronger war footing, then you might not. I like isolation chamber for the implications. I felt it was a worthy substitution. So, I'm going to shut down the questions in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take care, Scooters GP. And let's wait for that to come up. Let's do this so I didn't check I didn't miss anything. Thanks again to Scottish Nerd and Jack Ray for that tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. Seriously, it wouldn't be possible to do it all without you, and it certainly wouldn't with all this. I still can't believe I spent £80 a day on boxes. Don't know what's wrong with it, but as I've said before, my family heritage is Scottish and Cornish, neither of which like spending money on anything. Spending the sheer amount of money I'm spending on cardboard at the moment, I feel like I should have shares in British cardboard. I really do. It's disturbing. South Thompson, with drones, both air and seaborne, becoming more of a threat now, how much longer do you think the 20mm has for life being replaced by a new 40 or 57mm? If I was in charge, the 20mm would already be down to a tertiary weapon system. Thank you, thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you. But as it is, it's still there. It's still there, and yeah. Was the sextuple 40mm both was designed to use the same mount as the octuple pom-pom? It was designed to use the same mounting position, I think, from memory. It's designed to use the same weight, same strength of deck and deck position as the octuple. You know, with all these weapons, we'd like to have more. I think the flak frigates has showed the way it was going. Type 31s. I think we've got some interesting periods that are coming up ahead. And I'm going to be really interested to see how laser weapons get implemented. Really interested, because in many ways laser weapons actually have more of an impact on the need for 20mm, etc. Because what you can stop with a laser, what you can stop with 20mm, you can probably stop with a laser. What you might not be able to stop with a laser, you probably need something bigger than a 20mm to stop. And the thing is, the close-in weapon systems with Phalanx 20mm, there was a design for a 37mm version of that. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and work out how to bring in a 40mm version of it. The interesting thing, of course, is the Phalanx, which launches rotating missiles, rotating, you know, the rim systems. The thing is, those systems are very nice systems, but they are far more difficult to reload and set up a consistent supply of. So honestly, I would like to see an implementation of a system which had a Phalanx-like setup, had a missile box like that containing those, or cam, or something like that. The rotating airframe missiles, the RAM missiles. I said RIM, didn't I? Don't ask me why. And I would like to see it armed with also at least a 40mm cannon. I think it needs to be a mixed weapon system. I think the Russians were right with their system. Although the Russians went that way because of their own technological issues rather than because of necessarily reading the tea leaves. Nice to know. So what do you mean by same strength point? Okay, so you design ships with hard points on decks that you can mount weapons onto, especially for deck-mounted weaponry, non-deck piercing weapons. And those points are designed to take weapons of a certain weight and displacement. So let's put it this way: a system designed for an octuple pom-pom could not take a 4 21-inch torpedoes. You just wouldn't get it. You couldn't put that weight on that. Or even a twin 4-inch gun. And so you have to think about that when you're designing a ship, and you have to think about that when you're rearming a ship. Because if you put in something that's heavier than it was designed for, then you have to add in more to reinforce it. See you around, yeah. Dragon, meat lovers pizza or Philly cheesesteak pizza? Meat lovers. Don't take this the wrong way. I like a Philly cheesesteak. I don't like a Philly cheesesteak pizza. It doesn't feel right to me. It feels sacrilegious for some reason. Yes and no, Melanie 6040. There are close-in weapon systems available which have larger guns, but they don't often have the same level of automation that you have in the Phalanx system. The Phalanx system is a completely self-contained box. It's turn it on, it does itself. That's why there was the famous thing of it tracking the airline and them cutting the power. Airliner which was going overhead because they were doing a test. And they went, what? Why are you doing that? No, turn it off. Because it is self-contained. Whereas most of the other systems, they have to be queued from onboard radars, etc. and all sorts of things. So, yeah. You ordered the Philly cheesesteak pizza. Draken Red. I'm sorry. Malakarnis, I still say Ian Malcolm ought to be the patron saint of alternate history. The more permutations added to an alternate history, the more chaotic the map of possible outcome becomes. I would say... I think I would go for Nigel Hawthorne. As the patron saint of alternate history, and I'll let you all go away with that thought in mind. Anyway, thank you very much. No to the Ian Leaders. Oh, terrible. Right, thank you very much everyone for being here. Thank you Melly640, thank you Jack Ray, thank you DG40, thank you Draken Red, thank you Knight68 for your own, thank you RG, thank you Ins Morrison, thank you Seneca Nero, thank you Carl Magasberg, Mark Hartness, and MC Legend 13-2. Thank you Paul Amos and Stafford Thompson. Thank you Scott Garner, Discary, El Cavantioc, Daniel McCool, Leo Gazebo, Carter Drasner, Spencer Jones, Charles Curtis, Keith Downs, and Raptorat. Thank you everyone else has been on. Richard, Seneca Nero. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Atras Verdun. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Steve. Thank you... anyone else? John Evans. Thank you. I'm sure I've said, but I haven't. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Danny Wright. Thank you... there's no limits on thank yous. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you... Scottish Nerd. Literally there. That one's easy to find. Thank you, everyone who's been on and who's been chatting away. Dan Freeman. Thank you, CM Divitt. Mega Scrow. Thank you. Thank you. And Mole's Revenge. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who's been chatting away this evening. Thank you for being on. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, Jacob W5570. And... let's see, anyone else? Thank you, Plains Fox. Thank you, Rob Robacker. Thank you to Brooke. Thank you, Jared Behrens. Thank you, Reconfred. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Tanif Velica. Thank you, everyone. Let's see if there's anyone down here who I've missed, because they come in and said thank you at the end. Thank you, everyone. Anyway, thank you very much. I think I've got everyone. Thank you, and take care. Hope you have a good evening, and thank you for watching. Take care, and good night. Let's see. How I missed anything at all. Top chat. No, I think I've met everyone. I've chatted with everyone and said thank you to everyone. Scooters GP. Scooters. Almost forgot you. DG40. I think I said you, but not sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and have fun. Thank you.